Relative humidity.
The collectors, they're doing some work, and then
Wind was variable at 6 miles an hour. The pressure was 30.29 inches and rising. In Burlington, it was partly cloudy. The temperature was 45 degrees with 3.20 and the relative humidity 51%. The wind was north at 6 miles an hour. The pressure was 30.29 inches and rising. Elsewhere across the state this hour, at Asheville, it was clear with a temperature of 40. At Charlotte, it was partly cloudy with a temperature of 47. In Greensboro, it was partly cloudy with a temperature of 43. Foxborough, it was partly cloudy with a temperature of 41. In Wilmington, it was clear with a temperature of 46. At Lewisburg, it was partly cloudy with a temperature of 41.
Tomorrow,
at Fayetteville, it was clear with a temperature of 48. At the Rocky Mount Wilson Airport, it was clear with a temperature of 43. At Wilmington, it was clear with a temperature of 50. At Cape Hatteras, it was clear with a temperature of 52. The Raleigh-Durham International Airport climate summary is at 11 a.m., November 23rd, 2020. So far today, the low temperature has been 54 degrees. This low was 15 degrees above the normal low of 39. The record low is 18 degrees, which was set in 1971. 0.0 inches of precipitation has fallen, which brings the monthly total to 3.56 inches. This is 1.17 inches above the normal amount of 2.39 inches for November. The total precipitation for the year now stands at 47.84 inches, which is 8.30 inches above normal. The normal high temperature for tomorrow is 61 degrees, and the normal low is 39. The record high for tomorrow is 82, which occurred in 1973, and the record low is 15, which occurred in 1970. Sunset tonight is at 5:02 p.m. Sunrise tomorrow is at 7:01 a.m. The current time is 10:24.
The Independent says scientists kill cancer cells in mice in world's first development journals. It also says
air quality is expected to be good, with the primary pollutant of small particulates. This is NOAA Weather Radio, all hybrid station WXL58, operating on frequency 162.55 MHz. This program originates from the National Weather Service in Raleigh and is transmitted from
It reads, "It's with extreme sadness that we are saying goodbye to this amazing
Qatar
community.
identifies parents of baby girl abandoned in airport toilet
To survive this pandemic." The nautical themed space first opened in 1976, and according to the Post, has thrived in the Portuguese restaurant, karaoke bar, live music venue, one of the best places to go dancing in the market. Coming up in just 60 seconds, we'll check in with Richard Sutton at the 680 Remote Business Center.
680 News Channel 1025.
weekend air travel hits pandemic era record despite health officials claim to stay home. CRA warned 213,000 Canadians to have to pay that serve over. Yeah, people were working again and then still getting the money or whatever. My only argument is I'm self-employed. Let me explain what I do. You don't want to hear it. You send me right to collection. Like I already owe money. Not. It's the only phone number they give me. Some guy's voice on a voicemail.
Like your three poodles, and your identical twin, and even that third cousin once removed whose name you just cannot remember.
Martha. Meryl? Oh, Peter.
Volksfest is in its final days. Only until November 30th, get financing from 0% for 72 months, plus complimentary maintenance for up to 3 years on select models. Visit your local dealer for details.
Volkswagen. You're selling 1026.
The 680 News Business Report with Richard Sutton. Good evening. A number of businesses are starting to speak out against the Ford government.
Degrees, the 2.29, and the relative humidity 53%. The wind was variable at 6 miles an hour. The pressure was 30.29 inches and
Lawson, its CEO, is scratching his head, trying to figure out what a concern
with dew point 28 and relative humidity 51%.
1,300 people laid off at Woodbine already. This will entail more layoffs and a number of 2,000 people that will be out of work this week. So if you add those numbers up, Richard, you're looking at over 3,000 people that are going to be impacted immediately by this decision.
Electric automobiles,
It would be akin
new
to
energy
shutting down the Ford
cars.
plant in Oakville.
I think they are likely going to shrink by a significant portion, and because the car gasoline is the largest component of their market. If that disappears, even though, as Einar mentioned, that they are going to be the material for plastic industry, chemical industry, but those are not like the consumables, like gasoline that hundreds of millions of people use every day. It's a very different magnitude. I think they are going to be overall in a declining over time.
So this also is estimated that within 10 years, China could save more than $80 billion in annual oil import costs as the new energy vehicles becoming increasingly competitive. So will China's energy consumption structure be changed a lot by then?
I think it's very likely. But it's changing in a different sense, because right now, every 3 liters of gas you pump into your car, 2 probably, or even more, 2 out of 3 comes from imports. That has a significant political implication. In case of any instability of the oil, producing regions, Middle East, or any other regions, or let's say there is a political confrontation of caused embargo, and then China would be in trouble. So I think reducing that over dependence on foreign oil is a political strategic choice for China. So there is a huge incentive for China to do that. But by switching all the oil into electricity, and China has its own unique challenges. Because so far, if you look at the domestic electricity production, 60% or even more of this energy actually comes from coal burning. That means if the electricity, let's say, keeps increasing at a fast pace, that means we will have a lot of pressure of dealing with this coal burning and its environmental consequences. And that's also a lot of challenges in my view.
So, and talking about China's shift towards electric vehicles, Winston, actually, an industry official said last month that the new energy vehicle will account for half of all new car sales by the year 2035, with hybrid vehicles making up the remainder. So what challenges lay ahead, and how big a role does the government have to play in it? And from subsidy policies to charging facilities, what should the government do and what should be left to the private sector?
I think that there are a lot of challenges. This is a very ambitious plan. For example, so far over the past 5, 6, 7 years, and the biggest proponent of China's EV growth is really by government subsidy. And for average car, the central government provides a subsidy of 50,000 RMB, and local government provides another 50,000. So if you buy a car, a major chunk of this cost is already taken by the government. In addition to that, in a lot of cities, then the government controls the issuance of car license, the license plate. You will, if you drive a gasoline car, and you will probably wait for a long time, and sometimes you have to draw a lot to get a license plate.
Wow.
If you buy a
we're speaking with Winston Wang, Managing Director of Shipstone Group Limited, and also Einar Tangen, author and columnist. And that's all the time we have for this edition of Biz Today. I'm Jia Yang in Beijing. Thank you so much for listening.
Nothing else. I was doing this before I was live.
Capturing images of people across China. Explore.
I want anybody that finds this interesting to go find it themselves. That's why I talk about, I was doing this, if you do this. That's why.
That I was sleeping alone. Girl, you know that's wrong. Hello and welcome to Selfie. I'm Manling. In today's edition, we will continue with the audio segment of the 8-episode documentary titled The 200 Years of Surgery, produced by CGTN. Cancer, the ultimate disease. Humans have fought this disease for over 4.
For the crime and suspense channel. No. There's some girl up there laughing, saying something. They're standing there staring at my door. This is your money. My money too. Well, technically, the money comes from property taxes in the city.
Cancer, the ultimate disease. Humans have fought the silent nemesis for over 4,000 years, but to this day, we're still unable to claim victory against it. In China, the survival rate for cancer patients 5 years after surgery is only 36%. About 2.3 million people die of the disease every year, and about 3.8 million are diagnosed with it annually. This means that, on average, 7 people are diagnosed with cancer every minute.
Well, I was supposed to be out of here, so I can't tell anybody what they did. Or I would be a zombie for them.
But humans are not the only victims of cancer. The American Museum of Natural History of New York City is the largest of its kind.
It feels like synthetic marijuana. For some reason,
the museum is home to the world's finest paleontological and anthropological collections. This is the first complete fossil of the Tyrannosaurus ever excavated. Paleontologists believe that this giant reptile that existed 66 million years ago could be the earliest known victim of cancer.
The largest tumor on this mounted specimen is right up here, right at the base of the neck. It's large, and it would have probably been pretty painful when the animal was alive. On the skull of this one, on the other side of the face, there's a big rough area. That big rough area has been interpreted as either a tumor or an abscess. A lot of different Tyrannosaurus rex specimens and other tyrannosaurs, like some of the Asian tyrannosaurs like Tarbosaurus, Alioramus, also show these kinds of diseases when the animal was alive.
Well, yeah, it's not a disease.
Cancer isn't a single disease, but a general term for a class of diseases. Its most common symptom is malignant tumors growing in organs, muscles, blood, and other parts of the body. Unlike normal benign tumors, malignant tumors grow uncontrollably, and they recklessly snatch nutrients from the human body. They can even spread or be transferred, eventually leading to the death of its host.
Cancer is a terrible disease, and you can think of it as a crab with claws grabbing you and not letting go. And so that's why the old Greek crab is a good word for cancer.
它无系的生长，这个没人管得了它。
It grows irregularly and uncontrollably. This free development is fast and exponential, and during that growing process, it absorbs a large amount of nutrition. That's why advanced stage cancer patients are often emaciated.
肿瘤的病人很多是消瘦。
Even 4,000 years ago, doctors sensed the existence of what we now know to be cancer. Imhotep was a doctor in ancient Egypt. He left behind a detailed account of cancer on papyrus records. In it, there's only one line regarding treatment. There is no cure. When modern surgery came along, people tried to use the scalpel to defeat cancer.
What did you draw?
Beauty and the Beast.
怪兽啊！
Oh, Beauty and the
真
Beast.
正的王子啊？那谁是假的王？
He's the real prince. Who's the fake prince
爸爸
then?
是假王子啊！
Daddy is the fake prince. He'll be sad if he hears that.
爸要哭了。
Lee Yu-yun is constantly trying to hide her anxiety from her 5-year-old daughter. Just 15 days ago, doctors discovered a lump in her right chest, which was then diagnosed as breast cancer.
时候这个等待
I did molybdenum target, beam mode ultrasound, MRI, and CT. The wait was simply nerve-wracking. Then a nurse told me the results were not good and asked me to check them myself. I would have collapsed if my daughter hasn't been with me.
幸亏我女儿在旁边。
ICTs can't find nothing to say. All these crazy.
She took the suggestion of the doctor and opted for surgery.
因为这是要开刀的，也不知道开出来结果怎么样。
The surgery is near. I have no idea what will happen. I didn't cry in front of my daughter because she's been so strong. She even told me to follow what doctors said, that I shouldn't cry because she didn't cry when she got her shot.
这个话，我打针不哭，你也不要哭。
Puncture pathological report.
Invasive
Okay, let's begin.
Doctors extract some tissue from Lee Yu-yun's mammary gland for a biopsy.
One sentinel lymph node.
From the tissue, doctors determine that Lee Yu-yun's breast cancer is at the middle to advanced stage. To prevent the cancer cells from spreading, gland, fat, and fibrous tissue, and even part of the lymph in Lee Yu-yun's right breast, are excised, leaving only the skin intact. Doctors then implant a breast prosthesis so that Lee Yu-yun's body will look more or less the same as it did before.
我们的追求是什么呢？给病人最小的伤害。
Our goal is to minimize damage to the patient while maximizing the effect of treatment. This is a complete change.
是完全的改变。
Today, the average 5-year survival rate after breast cancer surgeries
其实你应该这么想，在这么多癌症当中，
To be honest, I consider myself lucky.
很幸运。
With all the types of cancer out there, I got breast cancer, which is
是
curable.
可以治愈的。
breast cancer resides on the surface of the human body and was the very first in history to be treated with surgery. It was here that one pioneering doctor tried to change the belief that this disease was incurable. The Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine in Baltimore, Maryland, is the most prestigious medical school in the United States. When modern surgery emerged at the end of the 19th century, a renowned doctor from New York named William Halsted came to work here. Thus began his lifelong battle against breast cancer.
This is a statue of William Stewart Halsted that was created after his death. But it's meant to celebrate his life. And you can see his glasses, and he was famous for looking over the top of his glasses when he didn't like what someone said.
Back then, the most common treatment for breast tumors was to remove the entire breast. But Dr. Halsted noticed that the rate of relapse after surgery was high, and it often occurred near where the last incision was made.
Yeah, because you're spreading it. I don't have to clean my utensils when I'm cooking. And tomatoes.
Halsted carefully studied the anatomy of the breast, carefully studied how the lymph nodes drain, and developed the radical mastectomy. This fundamentally changed breast cancer.
After continued research, Dr. Halsted believed that breast cancer was a primary disease of the breast that invaded surrounding areas radially. The high relapse rate after surgery was due to incomplete excision of the breast. As a result, when operating on breast cancer, Dr. Halsted would excise parts of the muscles, lymph nodes, and even the collarbone in addition to the tumor. He would then transplant some skin from the thigh to close up the incision.
So one of the reasons that the radical mastectomy is important for historical purposes is that Halsted gave thought to the operation in terms of how to treat a cancer. So he gave thoughts in removing the entire tumor and the surrounding normal tissue to make sure that there were clear margins to get out all of the residual tumor, and also to remove the lymph node drainage bed. And that's really why this operation was a landmark operation.
The combination of medicine and the latest technology continues to push the boundaries of human imagination. But despite the rapid development of technology, doctors, as always, will continue to play a role in treating patients and protecting human life. Find out more in 200 years of surgery.
Behind those things is the things with batteries and shit, so if I kick them, then I'll fall over. These are like bumpers.
Inspired by Halsted's work, radical surgery became the main method for treating cancer. However, although this improved the survival rate after surgery, the extensive cutting did great damage to the patient's body. Sometimes, even at this great cost, the effort was in vain. Back then, Dr. Halsted didn't really have a grasp of the real pathological mechanism of cancer. It was not until 30 years after his death that the secret was finally revealed through the observation of cells.
Da influencer, abacate mais verde, que isso emagrece.
And heal. And that's also how cancer works. Under the microscope, we're able to see the division of healer cells, which are probably the best known cell line in the world. A total of 18,000 generations of these cells have been reproduced in the lab. In 1951, the cells were first extracted from Henrietta Lacks, an American woman suffering from cervical cancer. This was also the first time humans had successfully extracted cancer cells and cultured them in vitro. Normally, cells will die after about 60 rounds of division. However, when triggered by certain factors, cells can suddenly ignore the normal rules. Just like healer cells, they can keep dividing uncontrollably, resulting in cancer. Furthermore, when a malignant tumor can no longer contain the sheer amount of cancer cells, those at the edge of the tumor will spread through the flow of blood and lymph or other parts to other tissues and organs.
Cancer is an abnormality in cells, so that they do not behave and act in the normal way. And these abnormal cells can grow, and the word for a growing cancer is a malignancy.
Because there's so many cancer cells. There are probably over 1 billion cancer cells in every cubic centimeter of a cancer. So you can imagine a patient that has 3 or 4 nodules in their liver. They have billions and billions and billions of cancer cells in their body. We may be able to kill 99% of them, but still many millions will live after that. So the large number of cells that are present in advanced cancers makes them very difficult to treat.
The discovery that cancer was not an entirely local disease effectively stated that surgery could not cure all cancers. But instead of giving up, the medical world resumed their attempts with new approaches. This is the Zhongshan Ophthalmic Center of Sun Yat-sen University in Guangzhou. Before even having a chance to celebrate her first birthday, Liu Shumeng was diagnosed with retinoblastoma.
Her eyes were really beautiful and were always moving and blinking really adorably as usual. Back in the medical school, when the results came out, it was devastating. We were heartbroken.
Retinoblastoma is a malignant tumor that occurs in 1 out of every 15,000 infants and young children. Without timely treatment, the disease could lead to visual impairment or even death. An effective way of treating the disease is to get rid of the tumor bit by bit using liquid nitrogen at a temperature of -80 degrees Celsius. A probe is extended into the fundus. It touches the tumor, freezing and unfreezing it repeatedly, and eventually kills it. However, this procedure only works on tumors with a diameter of less than 3.5 millimeters. The tumor in Shumeng's eye is 11 millimeters in diameter. To make surgery possible, doctors have to first treat Shumeng with chemotherapy to shrink the tumor as soon as possible. Chemotherapy is common in cancer treatment. But refining this method was a long and winding process.
You live 9 years longer if you don't get the tumor.
Back in the 1930s, most surgeons were trying to use radical surgery to treat cancer. But some researchers were looking for a medication that could be applied to cancer cells. During the Second World War, a poisonous chemical known as mustard gas was often used in the battlefield. Although it was a fearsome weapon, it also caught the attention of medical researchers.
The use of it by the Germans and by the English and finally the Americans was really a disaster for soldiers in the front line. However, it was noticed at autopsy of these soldiers that their lymph glands were markedly shrunken, that the glands that make the lymphocytes, that are the cells that make the immune response work, were destroyed.
After entering the human body, the gas did not greatly affect other parts, but it did kill large quantities of white blood cells, the cells in the human body which divide the fastest. As a result, some believed it could also be used to kill cancer cells, which divide just as rapidly.
The idea that there may be drugs out there that could selectively kill cancer without killing the host of the cancer really is born from the use of nitrogen mustard. There's no question about that. And a lot of effort started to go into screening of agents, both natural agents and agents that might be found in the lists of pharmaceutical companies, to see if something might work.
Using that idea, scientists started to develop a myriad of anti-cancer chemical drugs. The procedure became known as chemotherapy, and it has gradually become one of the standard methods for treating cancer. Due to their high sensitivity to chemotherapy, retinoblastoma patients today have a survival rate of over 90% after undergoing chemotherapy and cryosurgery.
不管怎么样，这个小孩子在治疗过程当中肯定要承受很多的痛苦。
There's no doubt she will have to endure a great deal of pain in the process. We can only hope that the chemo will help cure our baby.
这个药能够治好我们的宝宝。
Little Schumann will soon be ready for surgery and regain her health. However, unfortunately, not all stories have a happy ending like this one. And this is because chemotherapy can result in considerable physical damage. For most patients with advanced cancers, the combination of chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and surgery only offers a 10% chance of survival.
Chemotherapeutic drugs are generally selective, which is to say they prefer to target and kill cancer cells, but inevitably, inescapably, they will also inflict some damage on normal cells. And so they must be used in very carefully measured doses.
是这样，也部分的有些癌可以治愈。
In fact, some cancers can be cured by chemotherapy, but in most cases, tumors can only be temporarily controlled. Full recoveries from cancer are still a minority.
不是多数，是少数。
If aging and death are inevitable, what options are left for doctors? The deadly nature of cancer brings out another side of medicine. At the Department of Geriatric Medicine of Peking Union Medical College Hospital, a special group consultation is in session. The doctors are not discussing how they're going to cure 61-year-old Luo Hong, who has advanced cancer, but how they can alleviate her pain and let her spend her final days at home.
She wants to go home, but the disease keeps coming back and deteriorating. She said she wasn't prepared and was very nervous. The issue now is how we can provide her with professional advice and guidance at this stage.
With that, we end today's edition of Selfie. Tomorrow, we will continue with the audio segment of this 8-episode documentary titled The 200 Years of Surgery, produced by CGTN. I'm Manling. Thank you for listening.
It was the natural instinct for survival and the desire to help fellow human beings that prompted the first attempts at medicine, the goal of which was to relieve physical suffering. Later, as the scalpel reached deeper, a new era of medicine began. Find out more in 200 Years of Surgery.
我要学汉语 I want to learn Chinese.
其实并不难 It can be fun.
欢乐汉语 Chinese Studio。
Time again for Chinese Studio. 你们好，我是 Cam.
我是亚杰。Cam, do you remember you owe me a dinner?
Yes, I know I do. But as a prerequisite, you must teach me some useful Chinese that I can use at a restaurant.
Deal. Keywords of the day: restaurant, 饭馆 or 饭店。请拿菜单来。Please bring me the menu. 一只烤鸭 a roast duck. 一碗汤 a bowl of soup. 一碗米饭 a bowl of rice. All in today's Chinese studio. Restaurant in Chinese is 饭馆 or 饭店。
饭馆，饭店。
Actually, 饭馆 and 饭店 only have a minor difference. 饭馆 is kind of cheap or lower priced restaurant, while 饭店 refers to expensive places.
All right, so I better set the record straight here. I'll invite you to a 饭馆.
Well, thanks. 饭馆 is the place where people usually eat out. Now, listen to a conversation.
您好，请拿菜单来。
给您菜单，现在点菜吗？
好，来一只烤鸭，再来一碗汤和2碗米饭。
您好，请拿菜单来。Hello, menu please. 菜单 menu. 菜 the fourth tone means dish, and 单 the first tone means list. 菜单
菜单 menu.
请 means please. 拿 means to hold, take, or bring. 拿来 together means to bring. 请拿菜单来。
请拿菜单来。
Right.
您好，请拿菜单来。
给您菜单，现在点菜吗？
好，来一只烤鸭。
现在点菜吗？ May I take your order now? 现在 now.
点菜点 the third tone, which means to order. 菜 dish. 点菜 specifically means to order in a restaurant. 现在点菜吗？ May I take your order now?
现在点菜吗？ May I take your order now? So yeah, Gia, what do you recommend?
How about 来一只烤鸭？来 the second tone means to bring.
So if you want to order a dish, you can use 来. For instance, 来一只烤鸭. Please bring me a roast duck.
A roast duck. 一只烤鸭. 只 the first tone. 只 is a measure word inserted between a number and a noun. Here, 一只烤鸭, one roast duck.
来一只烤鸭. Please bring me a roast duck. And we'd better also have a bowl of soup. So how do you say that in Chinese?
来一碗汤. 碗 the third tone. Actually, 碗 means bowl.
碗 bowl. And what is soup?
汤 soup. 汤 the first tone. 来一碗汤. Please bring me a bowl of soup.
来一碗汤. Yeah, if we also want 2 bowls of rice, how do I say that? I guess, first of all, what is the Chinese word for rice?
Rice is 米饭.
Okay, so 2 bowls of rice is 2碗米饭.
Right, 2碗米饭.
您好，请拿菜单来。
给您菜单，现在点菜吗？
好，来一只烤鸭，再来一碗汤和2碗米饭。
Keywords reminder: restaurant, 饭馆 or 饭店。请拿菜单来。Please bring me the menu. 一只烤鸭 a roast duck. 一碗。
We'll collect moon samples and place them in a vessel aboard the ascender, which will dock with the orbiter. The samples will then be transferred to the returner. The returner is expected to land in northern China in mid-December. U.S. General Services Administration Chief Emily Murphy has told Joe Biden that the Trump administration is making federal resources available for his transition into office. The letter from Murphy was revealed minutes before President Donald Trump tweeted that he approved of the move. Murphy said in her letter to Biden that her decision frees up more than $7 million in federal funding for the transition. Trump says in a tweet that he's directing his team to cooperate on the transition, though he has not conceded defeat. Biden's projected to win 306 electoral college votes to Trump's 232 in the November 3rd election. Beginning December 1st, expats and foreign investors can have 100% ownership of businesses in the United Arab Emirates. The UAE president's issued a decree to scrap the need to have UAE nationals as business sponsors, an amended 2015 law on commercial companies in the country. The new decree is seen as a step towards improving the position of the UAE regionally and globally as an attractive destination for investment. General Motors will recall about 7 million big pickup trucks and SUVs worldwide to replace potentially dangerous Takeda airbag inflators. The announcement came Monday after the U.S. government told the automaker it had to recall 6 million of the vehicles domestically. GM says it'll not fight the decision, even though it believes the vehicles are safe. It'll cost the company an estimated $1.2 billion, about 1/3 of its net income so far this year. Oxford University and AstraZeneca say that late-stage trials show that their coronavirus vaccine is up to 90% effective, giving hope for a cheaper and accessible vaccine. The results are based on interim analysis of vaccine trials in the UK and Brazil. The researchers say the vaccine has an average efficacy of 70% in protecting against infection. Dr. Andrew Pollard's chief investigator of the trial, and he says the results indicate that they have a vaccine for the world.
We've got a vaccine which is highly effective. It prevents severe disease and hospitalization. And intriguingly in the results, although the headline is 70% protection, we do have a subgroup who got a half dose as the first dose and then a full dose as the second dose, where we saw 90% protection. So I think these are really exciting results.
AstraZeneca is the third major drug company to report late-stage results for a potential COVID-19 vaccine. A U.S. Navy guided missile destroyer has started its journey to the Black Sea. Officials say the warship's headed to the region to conduct regular patrols as part of a NATO mission. U.S. Navy ships regularly patrol in the Black Sea in support of NATO allies such as Turkey, Bulgaria, and Romania. The USS Donald Cook is a fourth-generation guided missile destroyer. It has Tomahawk cruise missiles that have a range of up to 2,500 kilometers. The Saudi Ministry of Energy says a terrorist attack on Monday caused a fire in a fuel tank north of the port city of Jeddah. The ministry said in a statement that a projectile created an explosion at the petroleum products distribution terminal. Firefighters managed to extinguish the fire, and no casualties have been reported. The Saudi Ministry of Energy says acts of terrorism and sabotage are targeting the security and stability of global energy supplies. Experts are to discuss the prospect of applying China's S.W.A.T navigation satellite system to the Internet of Everything this week. This is one of the topics on the agenda for the 11th China Satellite Navigation Conference underway in Chengdu. The 3-day event will see experts and scholars in satellite navigation and related fields in China and abroad use the platform to exchange ideas. The conference is the first significant event on satellite navigation to be hosted by China since the commissioning of the BDS-3 system in July. And that's the news. I'm Shane Bickett.
Capturing images of people across China, exploring its ever-changing lifestyles, and feeling the heartbeat of its villages, towns, and cities.
Petroleum products distribution terminal. Firefighters managed to extinguish the fire, and no casualties have been reported. The Saudi Ministry of Energy.
A justiça diz que a situação nas prisões está controlada.
Targeting the security and stability of global energy supplies. Experts are to discuss the prospect of applying China's S.W.A.T navigation satellite system to the Internet of Everything this week. This is one of the topics on the agenda for the 11th China Satellite Navigation Conference underway in Chengdu. The 3-day event will see experts and scholars in satellite navigation and related fields in China and abroad use the platform to exchange ideas. The conference is the first significant event on satellite navigation to be hosted by China since the commissioning of the VDS-3 system in July. And that's the news. I'm Shane Vega.
Some say Chinese is one of the most difficult languages in the world, and learning it
do espaço prisional, porque há contextos em que já são obrigados a usar a máscara, nomeadamente quando vão
for grammar.
It's just complicated so much.
only because you're not learning it in the right way. Why not try Takeaway Chinese, where you can take some Chinese away and experience progress day by day. Takeaway Chinese, we will promise you a difference.
你好，欢迎收听随行汉语 Welcome to Takeaway Chinese. I'm Niu Honglin with Tony Reed in the studio. Hi, Tony.
Hey, Niu.
You've worked a lot of jobs, and specifically, I remember you were a teacher, right?
Yes, I was a teacher for about 5 years.
Wow, that's a long time. Anything you noticed about Chinese students that you think are, characters very obvious and a little bit different with others?
Well, besides being very studious and raising their hands a lot, which is awesome, they also, there were many that wore glasses. I thought that was one distinction that I saw.
Oh, that's unfortunate. We are overachievers with glasses on, with not perfect eyesight, possibly. Well, the thing is, when I was a kid, I think I started wearing glasses when I was in middle school. 8th grade, possibly. So it's the second year in middle school, junior high. I guess I just hit the book so hard, and it got backlashes on my eyes.
Oh boy.
The point being, eyes are very important organs of ours, and we only have one pair.
Some of the most important.
Probably, yeah. And it's very important to understand how to protect our eyes, protect our eyesight properly, especially on the China National Eye Care Day, 中国的爱眼日, Love Your Eye Day. Literally.
Wow, so there's a day where you must love your eyes, huh?
Yeah, you have to love your eyes all the time. It's just that day you celebrate this notion. And for our dear listeners, if you're interested in Chinese culture and you want to get a grasp with the Chinese language, then this is the show for you. Stick with us for 30 minutes and you soon see the rewards. And for more fun Chinese learning, for our Facebook page, CRI Learn Chinese.
So we're going to do the cancer thing again or a different selfie?
Cancer is a terrible.
Pereira com João Luís e Bruno Gonçalves Pereira. Máximas de
提高爱眼意识，注意用眼卫生，加强户外运动。谢谢，我真的应该保护视力了。
So this sounds like someone who's visually challenged is asking someone to read something for them.
Visually challenged. Yes, actually, yes. So they're not having the perfect eyesight, possibly a little bit nearsighted, so cannot read the slogan on the wall far, far away.
Far, far away?
I'm hoping it's far, far away. If it's really near them, it's just sad. It's just, no excuse. But here, for the first sentence, 大眼睛，来帮我读一下墙上那句话。
So this is big eyes. Come and read that sentence on the wall.
You're laughing.
Yes, because we don't call people big eyes. You might say bright eyes, but that's normally like a compliment. You're trying to warm up to someone. Big eyes is a bit...
It's a bit strange. Yeah. It's a bit E.T. big eyes instead of human big eyes, right? But in Chinese, actually, 大眼睛, I would think it's a compliment. If someone say, 她有一双大眼睛, she has a pair of big eyes, I would consider it's not strange and horrifying big eyes, just beautiful big eyes.
Okay.
But here, 大眼睛, big eyes, might be a feature of this person in the conversation, and using one feature to refer to the whole person or In other cases, the whole group or the whole thing is a figure of speech in the Chinese language, which we'll discuss later.
Yeah, you gotta be careful in English.
Oh yeah, especially to their face, right?
Yes.
Okay, so 大眼睛, big eyes.
Big eyes.
Uh-huh.
And then you have 来帮我, so this is come and help me.
Come and help me.
读一下, so do is read. 一下 is just kind of like the verb to like do something, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit of something, or have a plus a verb. So you can say things like 看一下, have a look.
看一下, that means look.
尝一下.
尝.
Have a taste.
Right.
尝一尝. And sometimes I think one is 吃 eat. You don't say 吃一下. You sometimes say 吃一点儿. Have a bite. Something like that. So this is the structure you can see in the Chinese sentence. It's not exactly mean have a something, but it's kind of like saying this action won't take a lot of time from you.
Okay.
It's a easy to achieve action. So 读一下, have a read.
And then you have 墙上.
墙上.
This is this wall?
墙 is the wall, and 上 would be on, so on the wall. 墙上.
And 那句话.
那句话.
So this is like a sentence. 话 is sentence, right?
话, yeah, 话 is like word or language. So 说话, speak. 中国话, Chinese language. And 一句话 would be one sentence. It's a little bit like you treat 句 as a counting word. And 一句话 would be a sentence of words. 一段话 would be a paragraph of words. So when you want to say one sentence in Chinese, you say 一句话, 一句话. So
here, 那句话 is like that sentence.
That sentence. So 大眼睛来帮我读一下墙上那句话. And that sentence is 提高爱眼意识，注意用眼卫生，加强户外活动。
So improve the awareness of eye protection, pay attention to eye health, and have more outdoor activity. So this is clearly not something that someone is, this isn't like spoken, this is more like a sign on the wall.
Yes, it's totally a slogan kind of sentence,
right,
where you have, 3 parts, 3 phrases, and in similar structure.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, and you put them together, it sounds all official and convincing, and you think people will believe you because of the way you speak.
Okay.
And it looks better on the wall because, same number of characters in each structure, in each phrase. So yes, and here if we break it down.
So 提高, 提高 is improve, right?
Improve, and literally it means raise high.
Raise high.
Lift high, raise high, just make something higher.
Okay. And 爱眼, so 爱, isn't that love?
It is love.
Okay, so 眼 is eye, so love your eyes.
Love your eyes.
And 意识, so 意识.
意识 is awareness.
Awareness. Huh?
Yes. So the awareness of, well, actually in English, I want to say the awareness of the importance of your eyes. But 爱眼意识 is kind of like a set phrase. It's like you have to be aware of the fact that loving your eyes, protecting your eyes is important. It's kind of like that. So 提高爱眼意识，注意用眼卫生。
注意, so this is pay attention to.
Pay attention to.
用眼, so 用 is use, and 眼 is eye again, right? And then 卫生, so I've seen this before for, correct me if I'm wrong, bathroom, 卫生间. 卫生间,
you're totally right. 卫生间 would be the bathroom. And 卫生, the major meaning of 卫生 is actually hygiene or clean. So if you think about it, the bathroom is the room that's helping you clean yourself as well as everything in your house. So bathroom, 卫生间, 卫生. So the first meaning would be hygiene. So 注意个人卫生. That would be 注意, pay attention to 个人, individual, 卫生, hygiene. You should take care of personal hygiene.
Yes, very
important.
重要, right?
重要, yes, very important. And here, 用眼卫生, it doesn't really mean that you have to use your eyes cleanly, if it's a word. It actually requires the second meaning of 卫生, which is health. Health, 卫生. So here, 用眼卫生 actually means eye health. So it's not about don't touch your eyes before washing your hands. It actually means things like you should keep a distance between the things you're reading and your eyes. You should, for example, not use your eyes for too long because it's not good for the eye health. So 用眼卫生 is actually the eye health.
So use your eyes healthfully. And then next up we have 加强, right?
加强户外运动, 加强.
And this is like to make better or improve, right?
Yes, it is also improve. And 加 is to add. 强 would be strength. So if you add strength on something, you're strengthening it. So 加强户外.
户外, this is outdoor.
Outdoor.
And then 活动, this is activity.
Activity, 户外活动, outdoor activity. So maybe you've noticed that the structure of this sentence and also of all the different three parts, it's all about improve something, pay attention to something, and improve or strengthen something, or do more of something. So you can see that you have that parallel structures of all three parts in that one sentence. And it is because parallelism is also a very important thing in the Chinese language. We're going to talk about it. We're actually going to talk about 排比, that is a figure of speech in Chinese. And one other thing to mention is that even though in English you say things like improve the awareness and, for example, focus on this point or strengthen the ability, you say things like that, it's all about make a certain something better. And in Chinese, you have to remember the correlation between those words, just like you remember the ones in English. It's not an exact translation word by word. In a lot of times, the translation of the verb depends on the noun that matches with it. So instead of translating things word by word, a better way of learning the language is to remember what is said by the native speakers.
Right.
Okay, and the last sentence is easy. 谢谢，我真的应该保护视力了。
So thank you. I really should protect my eyesight. Of course, 谢谢 is thank you. 我真的 means I really. 应该 this is should.
Should, yes.
And then 保护 this is protect.
Protect.
And then 视力了 or 视力 is eyesight. Right?
视力 eyesight. So 视 is to look at, and it is a rather official term for look. 视力 is ability. You're listening to Takeaway Chinese with myself, Niu Honglin, and Tony. We would love to hear from you. Send us your thoughts via email to learnchinese@cri.com.cn. Coming up next, let's learn about parallelism in the Chinese language, and we're going to give you some tips about protecting your eyes. Don't go away, so you will take some Chinese away. Welcome back to Takeaway Chinese. I'm Niao with Tony in the studio. And like I promised in the previous episode, we are continuing talking about the figures of speech in Chinese. So the one we met first today is 借贷. 借贷. In English, it is called metonymy, which is a little bit strange. Reminds me of autonomy, which is autonomy cars, self-driving cars, or anatomy. Which
anatomy,
is
like biology.
Yeah, it's a medical term.
Right.
Anyway, they are all terms. I guess I can give them that. And in Chinese, it's even more obvious. 借贷, 借 is to borrow. 贷 is 指代, to refer to. So you're borrowing a trait of something or someone to refer to the whole thing.
Yeah, I almost feel like this can be difficult depending on the culture, especially if you extract a lot of these comparisons from the culture, then it would be very difficult for someone outside of that culture to understand.
That's totally true. For example, in the beginning of our conversation, we have 大眼睛来帮我读一下墙上那句话. So big eyes, come and help me. It sounds all like cheerful and happy and perky in my ears. But you said big eyes remind you of, scary big eyes, bright eyes better.
Yeah, bright eyes is better, and yeah, it's just again, it's kind of tough to refer to someone like if I said, "Hey, short legs, come here."
Oh, that's just wrong. You have to pick good traits of people if you are saying that right into their faces.
Right.
But think about another scenario. For example, if I notice a girl with beautiful blonde hair and I want to point her out to you, I might say, hey, look over there, look at the blonde, right? I can say that.
Yeah, you can say that.
It's this similar idea. You use a trait of someone to refer to that person.
Okay.
And I think in Chinese it's used more often than we would imagine. And sometimes it's too often that the 借代, that's the character or the trait itself, becomes a nickname or a other name for a group of people, and that name fixed. It's just like there.
Blonde hairs and like.
So it better be something you like, because if it's a name you don't like, that'd be pretty bad.
It can also be something that's distinctive or with the character of that time or of that dynasty. For example, if we think about in ancient China, common people or people with no official titles would also be addressed as 布衣.
布衣.
布衣. Yes, 布 is cloth, but here it means like not expensive cloth, like cotton or
common cloth.
Common cloth instead of, for example, silk. Silk would be considered
cloth.
or expensive cloth. So people wearing expensive cloth must be someone who's rich. And in ancient China, I recall, if you are not, I don't know, working in the government or born in a royal family, there's certain fabric you are not entitled to use, no matter how rich you are.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so 布衣 means the ones that are wearing common clothes made of common cloth.
It doesn't mean peasant, does it?
No, it can be someone who's a businessman and still wearing common cloth, right? Anyway, 布衣 started to be a fixed term for common people. So that's the idea. And another one I can think of would be 桃花源.
桃花源.
Yes, 桃花 is peach blossom, and yuan is kind of like a place with beautiful valley, rivers,
right.
And different character, same pronunciation, with mountains and something. Anyway, 桃花源. And 桃花源 means a place where people live carefree lives. And that is because there is this ancient Chinese article talking about the writer was lost in the forest, and he suddenly found himself in a village where people are not bothered by the outside world. They don't care who's the emperor. They don't care about, I don't know, international affairs. They're not bothered by those. And they are living a carefree life, regardless of the outside world. And that place was 桃花源. And after that, people started to use 桃花源 as a name for the places that are full of people living a carefree life. So that's another kind of 借代, another kind of borrowing a certain trait to refer to the whole kind. So for our dear listeners, it's possible that you would hear your Chinese friends talking to each other, referring to some literal quotation, and it's hard to understand. If you find yourself understanding every character or every word in that sentence, yet you don't know what they mean, you can ask them, because most of the times it's because you didn't read the masterpiece in the Chinese culture.
Sure.
And you ask them, you will have one more knowledge in your Chinese-related database.
Yeah, I almost say for a lot of
Chinese related. Whoa, slow down.
History. Could be, you can understand all the words, but putting it together, it has a different meaning.
Exactly. So that would be 借代, metonymy. And the second one would be 排比, parallelism or parallel construction. 排比 is not all that hard, because 排比, I think the only rule I can think of for 排比would be that it has to be similar structures, and there has to be more than 3. And the similar structure is not a hard to achieve goal. You can use the same word to start that structure, to start that sentence in every sentence, and you have 3 of them. You can have similar structure in one of the phrase you're saying. For example, improve something and make something better, or add more of something. That'll be the similar structure.
So is that, as an example, earlier in the conversation, we had the sign on the wall, improve the awareness of eye protection.
Exactly. Yes, that's the perfect example. And the reason that I say it's not that strict is because we have Chinese couplets, and Chinese couplets would be a very strict parallelism example in the Chinese language, but we can talk about it later in other episodes. Here, you just remember when you see similar structures repeating themselves for 3 times, it would be 排比 in Chinese, and it's often seen in official documents or public speeches. It's just this person wanted to add a little bit of rhythm in their language, and they want to sound convincing, maybe sophisticated. Then 排比, this parallelism would happen. Yes, and after all the language-related points, one other very important point I want to make would be about your eyesight, 视力. Since I myself wear glasses, I really hope that I would know this when I was a kid. That is, outdoor activity is very important to your eyesight. Kids go outside, have some fun under sunlight, maybe not direct, strong sunlight, but still, that is a good way to reduce the possibility of get nearsighted.
I think if you're outside, you're spending less time in front of books and less time in front of, smart gadgets and things of this nature. So you're using your eyes less. So you're saving your eyes, I guess you could say. But I think you still have to be careful. You have to wear sunglasses because I guess too much sun exposure can also diminish your vision a little bit.
Yes, that's true. And another thing that I can think of is don't use your phone, use your smart gadgets in dark area during night without a light on. Yeah, that's true. It's a hard one, and I myself do it sometimes, I have to confess, but it's really, really bad for your eyes. If you're staring at your smartphone in a dark room, the contrast between the dark background and the bright screen of your phone would deeply hurt your eyes, and that damage would be permanent.
Oh man, that makes me think about going to the movie theater, because that's pretty much what happens there. And I think that takes us to that place when we're on our phones watching the movie in the dark room.
Well,
like you're in your personal
refusing to let me sit at the front of the class.
Well, actually, I would argue that in a movie theater, it's actually better than staring at your phone, because your phone only has a small screen, which makes the huge background dark, and the small screen emits all the light, and they go directly to your eyes. But in studios or in movie theaters, the screen is so big, so that large amount of light go into your eyes, so your eyes won't feel the huge contrast between the really dark background and the one shiny point. So I would argue that theaters are better than staring at your phone in dark rooms.
I'm sure we could have a discussion on that another time.
Yeah.
Not sure I agree with that one.
And actually, June the 6th, 2020 marks the 25th China National Eye Care Day. It is a day that all of us should love our eyes, 爱眼热, 爱眼热, should understand the importance of loving your eyes, of use your eyes in a healthful manner.
Just one day.
Not just one day. That is the day it's most, you should actively remind yourself of that. And for us, we work every weekdays, and it's very important to remember to maybe every hour stand up, look at somewhere else instead of the computer in front of you. Maybe have a walk. That is also a good way to protect your eyesight.
Sure.
Tell me what a mass carbon dioxide.
And that brings us to the end of today's Takeaway Chinese. I'm Yo Honglin with Tony in the studio. For more episodes of the show, you can visit our website at chinaplus.cri.cn and go to the column Ni Hao. You can also listen to the show and read the script on our EasyFM app.
There are also 3 podcast platforms for you to find us: Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, and Stitcher. In case you'd like to listen to some previous shows and leave your thoughts, comments, and ratings.
感谢收听，我们下次再见。
再见。You look at
the track in the
field people. Yeah. If you jump the gun, it means that you leave before the gun has been fired. That's for the starting pistol.
January 1st, 2021, seek to limit underage drinking. The regulations stipulate the sale of alcoholic beverages to minors is prohibited. When it is difficult to determine the age, personal identity documents should be requested. If those documents are not shown, no alcohol should be sold. Any violation of the regulations will result in a fine of 30,000 yuan, around 4,464 US dollars. Sellers of alcoholic and carbonated beverages shall set up standard alerts on shelves or counters. If not, a warning and an order to make corrections within a time limit will be given by the local government. Failing to make corrections within the time limit will cost the merchant a fine of 1,000 yuan, about 148 US dollars. Besides prohibiting the sale of alcohol to minors, cigarettes are also included in this prohibition list. Food and drinks, such as fried chicken and milk tea, are considered bad for children's health. These health regulations encourage catering operators and dining canteens to mark calories and nutritional information of their food, and encourage food producers to produce low salt, low oil, and sugar-free food, and to clearly mark this information on all packaging. Alcohol is scientifically proven to harm the brain, damage the liver, and hinder the physical development of minors. Common juvenile crimes associated with drinking include fighting. Many people online supported the decision to regulate food and drinks as part of a healthier society. This is Special English. Top seed Rafael Nadal was handed an opening night fright by Feliciano Lopez at the Paris
तुम्हारा यानी तगीर का मतलब है छोटा
Lá dentro dessa casa tinha quarto sagrado com um marinho meu. Foi pra lá que mergulhei, mas depois saltei. Tanto que pulei.
1,000 matches, you need to have a very long career. But I am super happy. It means I've done a lot of things right. Nadal, who was handed a bye in the first round, got off to a rough start, losing his opening service game and never really coming to terms with Lopez's blistering serve. Lopez, 39, won 93% of his first serve points and sent down 8 aces as he wrapped up the opening set in style. With both players evenly matched, the second set stayed on serve before Nadal edged a tiebreaker to send the contest to a decider. Nadal broke Lopez in his first service game of the third set and closed out the match. You are listening to Special English. I am Patrick Flannery in Beijing. Samsung Electronics unveiled its latest handset, W21 5G, through teaming up with the country's major telecom carrier, China Telecom, in a bid for a bigger slice of the world's largest smartphone market. Powered by the super-fast 5G technology, the mobile phone serves as a tablet when open and becomes a phone when closed. When folded, the phone features a 6.2-inch display to fit in the palm of a hand, and when open, it has a 7.6-inch display that's tablet-sized. Priced at 19,999 yuan, about $3,000 US, the W21 5G is equipped with Snapdragon 865 chipset and boasts 512 gigabyte internal storage. It also has 2 SIM card slots. Last year, Samsung unveiled its first consumer-ready foldable smartphone, the Galaxy Fold. According to Strategy Analytics, global foldable smartphone shipments will grow from under 1 million units in 2019 to 100 million by 2025. It predicted that foldables will be the fastest growing segment in the premium smartphone market over the next decade. A report from market consultancy Canalys showed that Samsung shipped 53.7 million smartphones, a 30% drop versus during the same period last year, taking a 19% share in the global smartphone market. This is Special English. Airline passengers can now have food delivered to their departure gate by restaurants located in Beijing Daxing International Airport. Airport authorities said customers can order food from 21 restaurants via the airport's app. Choices include Chinese and Japanese meals, baked goods, and coffee, with more caterers expected to join the service. Passengers can order food on the way to the airport and pick up orders at their gate to save time. The food will be delivered within 30 minutes of the placed order. The meals can be eaten on the plane. The food delivery service is a joint effort involving food delivery app LMA, the airport, and its catering company as a way of improving customer service. You are listening to Special English. I am Patrick Flannery in Beijing. China Petrochemical Corporation, also known as Sinopec and Asia's biggest refiner, has kicked off its first wind power project in China to explore the growing clean energy market.
What do they do? They sell
With
fuel
an
for
installed capacity
as well.
of 20 megawatts, the distributed wind power project, located in Shanxi province, includes 8 wind turbines and will achieve on-grid power of 42.87 million kilowatts per year, which will reduce standard coal consumption up to 13,200 tons and substantially reduce emissions of carbon dioxide and dust, according to the company. Compared with big wind farms, where power comes from remote commercial wind farms and is sent to load centers over transmission lines, distributed wind power is localized, so power is generated near where it will be used and consumed on site or on the local distribution system in order to meet energy demands. Distributed wind systems, usually including a few multi-megawatt turbines providing electricity to multiple industrial facilities on the same distribution system, are often flexible and can produce clean power for homes, farms, and businesses. This is in accordance with the company's plan to further explore the new energy sector with focus on wind power, solar power, geothermal power, and hydrogen power. According to Sinopec, the company produced 14% of the country's hydrogen last year and has built up the country's first gas and hydrogen refueling station in Guangdong province. The company's geothermal heating capacity reached 57 million square meters and is capable of providing clean heating to 500,000 households. This is Special English. Ant Group's initial public offering in Shanghai and Hong Kong was suspended at the last minute. Regulators cited major issues in halting the offering that was supposed to be the world's largest. The major issues involving issues in the financial technology regulatory environment may result in the company not meeting conditions for listing or meeting the information disclosure requirements. That is according to SSE, Shanghai Stock Exchange's statement. The decision comes after Ant's co-founder, Jack Ma, was summoned by China's central bank and other top financial regulators, the State Administration of Foreign Exchange and CSRC, the China Securities Regulatory Commission, were also at the meeting that is seen as a regulatory warning to Ant. An opinion piece by CGTN argues that the suspension is law-based and a responsible move for investors. According to Science and Technology Innovation Board regulations, the SSE must report major issues to the CSRS, and the CSRS is obliged to handle them before Ant's trading debut. If major issues could affect the potential issuer's eligibility for IPO and conditions for meeting information disclosure requirements. Regulators have the responsibility to review their previous decision and make adjustments, and has the obligation to report any significant issues to regulators as well. China's mechanism arrangements in Science and Technology Innovation Board grant regulators the right and obligation to adjust their previous IPO decision based on the latest major issues. The move is also an attempt to safeguard financial stability and the interests of investors. If regulators take no action on the major issues, this would mean additional investment risks. Once Ant adjusts its business models on the basis of the changes in the financial technology regulatory environment, the company is highly likely to see huge fluctuations in its valuation and its stock prices. This will not only strike a blow to the interests of investors, but also exert negative impacts on the stability of the financial market. Ant's sustainable growth has also been put in jeopardy during this process. Regulatory risks would be tremendously reduced after the suspension. This will help enhance Ant's transparency and credibility, and also boost investor confidence in the company in the long run if it makes its stock market debut. In addition, a professor at Renmin University of China noted that Ant's IPO was suspended, not canceled. This means regulators are still in contact with the company on the matter. There is still a possibility that regulators will lift the block on Ant's IPO listing after major issues are resolved. The halt showcases Chinese regulators' responsibilities to investors, companies, and the overall financial market. You are listening to Special English. I am Patrick Flannery in Beijing. Researchers have developed a patch similar to a Band-Aid to detect malaria. It could ease the burden of disease in countries struggling with poor health infrastructure. The device, developed by researchers from Rice University, could cost about $1 once the manufacturers start producing it in bulk. The microneedles in the patch collect fluid from the skin, which contains several biomarkers that help detect diseases like malaria. With 16 hollow microneedles in a 4x4 array on one side, the sticky patch is coupled with an antibody-based lateral flow test strip. The antibodies react when they sense protein biomarkers for malaria and turn two readout lines on the strip's exposed surface red. Researchers explained that if the test is negative, only one line turns red. The findings, published in the Nature journal Microsystems and Nanoengineering, maintains that the test can be completed in less than 20 minutes and requires no equipment. The rapid test project, funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, has been developed by scientists from the Department of Mechanical Engineering, Rice University. They explained that the disposable patches could be programmed to detect other diseases, potentially COVID-19. According to the World Health Organization, nearly 3.4 billion people in 92 countries are at risk of being infected with malaria. There were 435,000 malaria deaths, with 93% of deaths occurring in Africa. This is special English. A bird pattern carved into a jade disc, or ubi in Chinese, comes alive. The bird flies out and circles around, while a voice introduces the cultural relic. Such is the experience of watching it through a pair of AR, augmented reality glasses. Since November 1st, AR glasses have officially been used in guided tours at the Liangqiu Museum, making it a pioneer of AR glasses in China. Rong Mei, a visitor in her 20s, said the illustration of an ancient wild boar was not that clear, but with the AR glasses, the boar virtually comes to life before her eyes. The director of the Liangqiu Museum explained that, compared with traditional ways of appreciating a relic, AR glasses help view virtual images, which help people perceive background information behind the relic, such as its function and cultural connotation. From exquisite jade artifacts to pottery, the museum displays burial objects found in the archaeological ruins of Liangqiu City in Hangzhou, East China's Zhejiang province, showcasing the civilization of prehistoric rice agriculture and a state-level society between 3300 BC and 2300 BC. The site was included on the UNESCO World Heritage List in July 2019, providing profound and compelling evidence that Chinese civilization started 5,000 years ago. During the temporary closing due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Liangqiu Museum was one of the first museums in the country to introduce online exhibitions and live streaming tours, attracting over 100 million viewers. That is the end of this edition of Special English. To recap, I am going to read one of the news items again at normal speed. Please listen carefully. Health legislation for the Shenzhen Special Economic Zone was issued on October 29, making it China's first local health regulation. The new rules, to be implemented January 1st, 2021, seek to limit underage drinking. The regulations stipulate that the sale of alcoholic beverages to minors is prohibited. When it is difficult to determine the age, personal identity documents should be requested. If those documents are not shown, no alcohol should be sold. Any violation of the regulations will result in a fine of 30,000 yuan, around 4,464 US dollars. Sellers of alcoholic and carbonated beverages shall set up standard alerts on the shelves or counters. If not, a warning and an order to make corrections within a time limit will be given by the local government. Failing to make corrections within the time limit will cost the merchant a fine of 1,000 yuan, about 148 US dollars. Besides prohibiting the sale of alcohol to minors, cigarettes are also included in this prohibition list. Food and drinks, such as fried chicken and milk tea, are considered bad for children's health. These health regulations encourage catering operators and dining canteens to mark calories and nutritional information of their food, and encourage food producers to produce low salt, low oil, and sugar-free food, and to clearly mark this information on all packaging. Alcohol is scientifically proven to harm the brain, damage the liver, and hinder the physical development of minors. Common juvenile crimes associated with drinking include fighting. Many people online supported the decision to regulate food and drinks as part of a healthier society. This is the end of today's program. I am Patrick Flannery in Beijing. I hope you will join us every day to learn English.
Familiar with English news presenting this state broadcaster reported numerous property development companies now trust to understand English news presented.
It's not the tip of the head so much as the edges of it.
Tons of illegal animal products have been seized, over 400 suspects arrested.
Fan and Fan Dian only have a minor difference. Fan Guan is kind of cheap or lower priced restaurant, while Fan Dian refers to expensive places.
All right, so set the record straight here. I'll invite you to a Fan Guan.
Well, thanks. Fan Guan is the place where people usually eat out. Now listen to a conversation.
您好，请拿菜单来。
给您菜单，现在点菜吗？
好，来一只烤鸭，再来一碗汤和2碗米饭。
您好，请拿菜单来。Hello, menu please. 菜单 menu. 菜 the fourth tone means dish, and 单 the first tone means list. 菜单
菜单 menu.
请 means please. 拿 means to hold, take, or bring. 拿来 together means to bring. 请拿菜单来。
请拿菜单来。
Right.
好，请拿菜单来。
给您菜单，现在点菜吗？
好，来一只烤鸭。
现在点菜吗？ May I take your order now? 现在 now.
点菜点 the third tone, which means to order. 菜 dish. 点菜 specifically means to order in a restaurant. 现在点菜吗？ May I take your order now?
现在点菜吗？ May I take your order now? So yeah, Jeff, what do you recommend?
How about 来一只烤鸭？来 the second tone means to bring.
So if you want to order a dish, you can use 来一只烤鸭. Please bring me a roast duck.
A roast duck. 一只烤鸭. 只 the first tone. 只 is a measure word inserted between a number and a noun. Here, 一只烤鸭. One roast duck.
来一只烤鸭. Please bring me a roast duck. And we'd better also have a bowl of soup. So how do you say that in Chinese?
来一碗汤. 碗 the third tone. Actually, 碗 means bowl.
碗 bowl. What is soup?
汤 soup. 汤 the first tone. 来一碗汤. Please bring me a bowl of soup.
来一碗汤. Yeah. If we also want 2 bowls of rice, how do I say that? I guess, first of all, what is the Chinese word for rice?
Rice is 米饭.
Okay, so 2 bowls of rice is 2碗米饭.
Right, 2碗米饭.
您好，请拿菜单来。
您的菜单，现在点菜吗？
好，来一只烤鸭，再来一碗汤和2碗米饭。
Keyword reminder. Restaurant, 饭馆 or 饭店。请拿菜单来。Please bring the menu. 一只烤鸭 a roast duck. 一碗汤 a bowl of soup. 一碗米饭 a bowl of rice. Well, that's it for today. And the question of the day is, how do you say 4 bowls of rice?
Well, yeah, Jeff, I guess it's time for me to treat you to a dinner now. All right, let's go. 明天见.
明天见.
Quaker Puff Wheat and Quaker Puff Rice, the breakfast cereal shot from God. The challenge of the Yukon. It's Yukon King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the Northwest, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers. On King, on you husky. Gold discovered in the Yukon. A stampede to the Klondike in the wild race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush. With Quaker Puff Wheat and Quaker Puff Rice, bringing you the adventures of Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog, Yukon King, as they meet the challenge of the Yukon.
The Canadian point system comes down to if
tasting. 1, 2, 3. Tasting.
treaty, maybe even if you're
tasting is the test.
they can figure
Pour out a heaping bowl full of delicious, crisp Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice. Top it with milk or cream and fruit. Your mouth waters at the sight. Then take a big spoonful and what a taste delight. Those crisp king-size kernels of Quaker puffed wheat or rice are so deliciously tender, so nut-like in flavor, you want more and more. Taste them tomorrow morning for sure. Crisp, fresh, Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice. Shot from gun.
sickle cell's what's wrong with me. I don't know. Everything else is fine.
Sergeant Preston had many acquaintances among the miners who had staked out claims in the Yukon Territory. And one of his oldest and best friends was an elderly sourdough named Zach Porter, who owned a small mine near Whitehorse. Late one afternoon, the sergeant stopped off at Zach's cabin. As he halted his team, Zach's pretty young daughter, Daphne, came out to greet him.
Hello, Sergeant Preston.
Hello, Daphne.
Oh, my goodness, but it's nice to see you two again.
How's your father these days?
He's terribly worried.
Oh, what about?
Well, he's in debt. He's afraid he's going to lose the mine.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Sergeant, won't you stay for supper and try to cheer him up?
Well, all right, Daphne.
Oh, I'm so glad. Come on inside.
Later at dinner, remembering what Daphne had said, Sergeant Preston kept the conversation going along cheerful lines throughout the meal. It wasn't until later, when he and Zach had pulled up their chairs around the fireplace, that he ventured to speak about the mine. Daphne says you're worried about losing the mine, Zach.
Yeah, that's fact, Sergeant. I'm gosh awful worried.
Anything I can do?
I wish there were, but I'm afraid not. Looks like the bank is going to foreclose on me in a couple of days.
So won't they grant an extension?
I don't know, and I don't aim to find out.
But Ebenezer Finley's manager of the bank now. You and he are old pals. You used to be partners in the old days before the Klondike rush.
Yeah, that's just it. We used to be partners till we had that falling out 2 years ago. I haven't spoken to Ed Finley since. And I sure don't aim to go crawling on my knees to him now, asking any favors.
Oh, Dad, that's silly, and you know it. Just because the two of you got on each other's nerves and had an argument.
Now, Daphne, you hush up. I don't even want to talk about you on the old cuss. And while I think of it, I don't like the idea of you and that nephew of his seeing so much of each other.
Dad, Ray has nothing to do with that argument between you and his uncle.
How soon do you think you could pay off the loan? The bank did grant an extension.
Oh, I could pay it off in 4 or 5 months, right after the spring cleanup. But I don't aim to ask for an extension, so there's no use talking about it.
Zach, you're just being stubborn.
Of course he's being stubborn, Sergeant. That's what I've been telling him all along.
Now, Daphne, I told you to hush up.
Well, Zach, just what do you intend to do if you don't ask for more time to pay back that loan?
The bank will foreclose on me and take over the mine. That's what'll happen. I'll be in a mighty awkward fix. No two ways about it.
Don't you think you owe it to Daphne to do everything in your power to keep that from happening?
Well, hang it all, Sergeant. Oh, shucks, I don't know what to do.
You and Finley never had any differences back in the old days. You went through a lot together before you struck it rich.
Yeah, I reckon that's true. Whole doggone territory was a wilderness in those days. We were among the first sourdoughs up here. I'd left Daphne and her ma back in the States. Eb and I prospected together, bucked the trail together, and by thunder, plenty of times we've starved together, too.
Eb hasn't forgotten that any more than you have. You can swallow your pride and bring yourself to ask for that extension. He may jump at the chance to make things up with you.
Yes. Why don't you do it, Dad?
Oh, Dad read it all. I just don't like the idea of... Oh, well, all right. For your sake, Daphne, I'll do it.
The following day, Zach went to call on Ebenezer Finley at the bank in Whitehorse. When Zach walked into his office, he was smoking a large cigar and studying a financial report through gold-rimmed eyeglasses. He glanced up at Zach haughtily.
Just have a chair, my good man. Well, what's that? I said have a chair. I'll be with you in a moment. Now then, let me see. Your name is... You know blame well what my name is, Eb Finley. Oh, yes. You're old Zach Porter. Of course. You old Zach Porter? 5,000... Keep your voice down and state your business properly. I presume you've come to pay back that loan. Well, you presume wrong. I haven't come to pay it back. It's due next week, you know. Certainly, I know. You suppose I came here to see you about? That's what I'm trying to find out. Eb, you're going out of your way to make this hard for me. Pulling all this high hat stuff. I assure you I haven't got the vaguest idea what you're talking about. Well, the fact is, I am not in a position to pay back that loan just now. Well, what do you expect me to do about it? Like a dad-ratted fool, I came here hoping you'd grant me an extension. An extension? That's what I said. But I can see right now the whole... I'm sorry, Porter, but I'm afraid I can't risk the bank's money any further on a man of your character. Why, you... Either pay back the loan on time, or we'll have to foreclose and take over your money. Oh, I've taken enough of your guff, Eb Finley. And here, get that cigar out of your mouth. Now, see here. You tight-fisted old skinflint. If you weren't wearing glasses, I'd make you eat every word you've spoken to me since I came into this office. Don't threaten me, Porter, or I'll have you thrown out of here bodily. Oh, I should have known better than to come in here in the first place. You can't change a leopard's spots. And by thunder, you can't change a polecat's smell. You confounded old buzzard, get out of my office. Don't worry, the sooner I get out of here, the better I'll like it. I need a change of air.
As Zach opened the door to leave, he collided with Eb's nephew, young Ray Finley, who was just entering the office.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Porter.
Oh, so it's you, eh?
Yes, sir, and I'm glad I bumped into you this way. I mean, I'm glad we met.
Well, that's a dang sight more than I can say.
I wanted to talk to you.
Talk to me? About what?
About Daphne. You see, I just proposed to her and she accepted.
Well, that's not... She what?
She accepted my proposal, so... Now I wanted to ask you for your consent.
Why, you young whippersnapper, if you think I'd ever let Daphne marry anyone by the name of Finley, you've got another thing coming. But sir, fuck me. I not only refuse my consent to the marriage, but from now on I forbid you to see my daughter again. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you'll stand out of my way, I'll clear out of this scump's den.
Yes.
The bet safe moment, a man in a fur parka with a muffler drawn across the lower half of his face was knocking on the door of a cabin at the outskirts of town.
Yeah, what do you want? Wait till I pull down this muffler. There. Hell, yeah. Me all right, Rongo. Let me inside. Yeah. Come on, hurry up. How in blazes did you get loose? Thought the constable was taking you to jail up in Dawson City. He was, but I managed to slug him and break away night before last. You fool. What'd you come here for? He's probably on your trail right now. Don't worry. I knocked him out and swiped his team. It'll be at least 24 hours before he can hope to get back here to Whitehorse. Yeah? And then what happens? By the time he gets here, I'll be on my way back to the border with a fortune on my sled. A fortune on your sled? That's right. I'm willing to cut you in on the deal. Wait till I get off this parka, and I'll tell you all about it.
A few moments later, after Kelmore had removed his parka and mucklocks, the two men pulled up chairs around the crude pine table.
All right. Now let's hear this deal you're talking about. When Ebenezer Finley had me arrested for embezzling money at the bank, I swore I'd get even. Yeah. So what about it? Well, I figured out a way to get revenge on him and rob the bank in the bargain. And just how do you figure on doing all that? Listen, Finley has a key to the bank, and he knows the combination to the vault. So? So we'll go to his house tonight, pull a gun on the old buzzard. We'll throw a scare into him and force him to tell us the combination to the vault. Keep talking. As soon as we get the combination, we'll tie him up, take the key, go clean out the bank. Then we'll go back to Finley's house and kill him. That way, I'll have my revenge, and there'll be no witnesses left to connect you with the crime. It's a mighty slick scheme, Gilmore. There's one thing you've forgotten. Such as what? Finley don't live alone. His nephew lives with him. Or were you planning on killing him, too? There's no need of that. I know a thing or two about that nephew of Finley's. I've got it all figured out how we can get him out of the way. Now, here's what I've got in mind.
We'll continue our adventure in just a moment. You know, fellas and girls, I was thinking about the swell Halloween party I went to last week. Hey, what goes on here? Who are you? I say, who are you?
I am a ghost.
A ghost? Oh.
Yes, my name's Pete, and I'm tired. Oh, so tired.
I thought you looked a bit pale.
Well, I've been busy lately, on the go, what with Halloween and haunting houses and things.
Oh, I'll bet you're tired.
I'm hungry, too, real hungry. Haven't even had breakfast yet.
What? No breakfast?
Never do.
Well, no wonder you look so thin. Why, I can hardly even see you. No offense, man, of course.
That's okay.
Look, don't you know everyone, even ghosts, ought to eat a good breakfast?
Oh.
Sure.
Never found a breakfast I really liked.
Well, did you ever try a breakfast of Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice topped with milk or cream and fruit?
No.
Say you don't know what you're missing. Swellest breakfast you ever tasted. Good for you, too. Man, oh man, Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice are crisp, tender, king-size kernels of premium wheat or rice shot from guns.
Mercy. Guns, did you say?
Yup, Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice are shot from guns to make them bigger and better tasting.
Oh, that's a terrific idea.
Why don't you try it?
I'm going to.
Well, sir, fellas and girls, at least Pete the Ghost is on the right track. And don't you forget to stow away those delicious, nourishing breakfasts of Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice topped with milk or cream and fruit. Ask Mom to keep a good supply of both delicious kinds on hand at all times. You'll go for rice or wheat shot from guns. That's the original, the one and only Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat. Shot from guns. Now to continue. Following the unpleasant scene that had taken place at the bank, Ray Finley went to Sergeant Preston and asked him to intercede between Eb and Zach. And so late that afternoon, the sergeant dropped around to Eb Finley's office at the bank.
Have a chair, Sergeant.
Thanks, Eb.
Now, what can I do for you?
Well, about that loan of Zach Porter's, don't you suppose you could see your way clear to granting him the extension?
That old reprobate, he'll get no more time from me. Either he pays off the loan when it's due or I'll foreclose.
Would you mind telling me your reason for taking such an attitude?
Because he insulted me, that's why.
Well, I know Zach has a quick temper, but let's be honest, Eb. You sure you didn't say something to make him angry?
Well, I'll admit I patronized him a bit, but that's no reason for him to call me a polecat and a tight-fisted old skinflint. Matter of fact, I was intending all along to grant him the extension, after I'd had some fun with him.
I see, and the fun got out of hand.
Zach Porter is a low-down, backbiting old scoundrel. I found that out when he and I were partners, and by thunder, I see no reason to change my opinion of him now.
You can't convince me of that any more than you can convince yourself. You and Zach went through too many hardships together in the old days. You know perfectly well there's lots of affection between the two of you, but you're both too stubborn to admit it.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. If Zach will tender me a full apology for those names he called me, I'll grant him that extension.
You're asking a lot of human nature, Ed, but it's worth a try. I'll stop off at the mine this evening and tell Zach to come see you. That evening, Sergeant Preston had to travel a few miles north of town on an official errand. En route, he stopped off to see Zach Porter and Daphne and told them about his visit to Eb Finley. I had a talk with Eb Finley this afternoon.
Oh, what did he have to say, Sergeant?
Personally, I'm not interested in what the old tightwad had to say.
In that case, I won't tell you. But I'll say this much, Zach. If you'll go into town tonight and talk things over with Eb, I've an idea you'll both see things in a different light.
No, I'll do nothing of the sort.
Oh, now, Dad, be reasonable.
I tried being reasonable with the old buzzard, and you see where it got me.
Just between ourselves, Eb admitted he'd been a bit overbearing, but I think he realizes that was a mistake. Why don't you have one more talk with him?
Yes, please, Dad.
Well, dagnabbit, Well, all right. I'll see the old skinflint once more.
Somewhat later that evening, at Eb Finley's house in town, Eb and his nephew were seated around the fireplace when they heard a knock at the door.
Maybe that's Zach Porter. I'll go see.
Ray got up from his chair and walked out to the vestibule, which shielded the rest of the house from blasts of wind that blew in whenever the door was opened.
Funny, there's no one here.
As he shut the door, Ray suddenly noticed an envelope lying on the floor.
Letter. It's addressed to me. Who was it, Ray? I don't know. When I opened the door, there was no one there. Whoever it was apparently slipped this letter under the door. Letter? Well, let's see it. It's for me. Dear Ray, it's very important that I see you at once. Please meet me right away in front of the warehouse at the steamboat landing. And it's signed Daphne. No, she's probably cooked up some scheme to get Zach Porter's consent to your marriage. If you ask me, you're mighty lucky he won't give his consent. I'm sorry, Uncle Eb, but I don't feel that way. I'm going to the warehouse and find out what this is all about.
Putting on his parka, Ray left the house and headed toward the river. The Yukon had long since frozen over, and the steamboat landing was dark and deserted. When he arrived at the warehouse, Daphne was nowhere in sight. Looks like she isn't here.
Why would she have just gone?
Tell me, I'd certainly like to know why she wrote me that.
As Ray paced back and forth in front of the warehouse, a figure suddenly materialized in the shadows and closed in behind him.
Don't turn around. Hey, look, just get your hands up. Hey, what is this? I said get your hands up. That's better. Now I'll show you what it's all about. All right, Bronco. I've knocked him out. The coast is clear.
Yeah, so far so good. What'll we do with him?
We'll tie him up and gag him. Dump him somewhere out of sight. Then we'll go back to the house and attend to Eb Finley.
A short time later, Zach Porter arrived at Eb Finley's house. Eb opened the door and answered to his knock.
Oh, it's you, Porter. I reckon you know my face by now. It hasn't improved any, if that's what you mean. Well, come into the front room. I'll tell you right now, it wasn't my idea to come here. Well, it wasn't my idea either. Sergeant Preston talked me into it. Well, you're here, so you may as well take off your parka and sit down. Yes. I suppose you want to continue our discussion about that loan. It's not a question of discussing it. Either you'll grant me the extension or you won't. I don't aim to get down on my knees to you. Well, as I told the sergeant, I'll take the matter under advisement. If you'll tender me a full apology. If I'll what? You'll tender me a full apology for those names you called me this morning. Finley, I'm not tendering you an apology for anything. In that case, there's nothing more to be said. There's a heap more to be said. I'm going to say it right now. I always knew you were a low-down, sneaking, tight-fisted, hammer-headed old reptile. I've taken just about enough from you, you shiftless old reprobate. If you don't get your carcass off these premises, Now, hold on a minute while I answer the door. Don't worry, I've got plenty more to say before I leave here. Reach, Finley. Don't try slamming that door. Elmo. That's right. Back to settle up the score with you. I thought the constable was taking you to jail up in Dawson City. That's what the constable thought, too. But he learned different. Keep your hands up high. Come on, Rocco.
The shades had been drawn, and consequently, the crooks didn't suspect that Eb had a visitor sitting in the front room beyond the vestibule.
Now, start backing up.
But Zach had overheard everything and had grabbed up a footstool to use as a weapon. He waited tensely until Kalmar emerged into view.
I told you I'd get revenge on you, Finley, and now I am. Why, good work, Zach! Right his gun hand? Why, you have...
Finley had grabbed Kalmar's gun hand as he reeled under the blow from the footstool. At the same time, Zach struggled with the other crook, whose gun was still in his holster.
Help, police! Help!
Eb and Zach fought desperately, but the struggle was too uneven. The crooks were younger and much more active. They finally subdued the two elderly men and covered them with their guns.
Now, there, Finley. One more yell out of you, and I'll blast you into the middle of next week. And the same goes for you, Porter. What are you intending to do? First of all, you're going to hand over the key to the bank. Then you're going to tell us a combination to the vault. I'll do no such thing. You'll check through all right after we've worked you over a bit. You know, Ronco, I'm really going to enjoy making this old buzzard talk.
About an hour and a half later, Sergeant Preston arrived back in town. He was driving his team along the riverfront on his way to the police post. As he passed the warehouse, the steamboat landing, King suddenly halted and then veered off into the shadows on one side of the building.
Hold on. What's wrong, fella? Find something? All right, King, I'll come over and have a look.
A moment later, as the sergeant's eyes strove to pierce the darkness, he realized what King had discovered.
What? A man tied and gagged. Better carry you out into the moonlight, fella, where I can see you better. Ray Finley, wait a second. I'll have this gag off you.
Thanks, Sergeant.
All right.
Oh, I'm pretty cold. There must be a lump on the back of my head. Otherwise, I'm okay.
I'll cut these ropes. Tell me what happened.
I got a message tonight asking me to come down here to the warehouse. It was signed Daphne, but it must have been a trick. When I got here, some fella shoved a gun in my back and then knocked me over the head.
Any idea who he was?
No, that's a complete mystery. His voice sounded rather familiar, but I never got a look at his face.
There, you're free.
Thanks again. What in the dickens do you suppose his game was? Just a practical joke?
And so, he has a queer sense of humor. Ray, it looks to me as though someone wanted to get you out of the house tonight and keep you out. Come on, we better go and see if your uncle's all right.
Meanwhile, after forcing Eb to hand over the key to the bank and reveal the combination of the vault, the two crooks had carried out the robbery successfully and were just returning to the house.
Yeah, by Jingo Kalmar, this scheme you were sure paid off. Got over 200,000 in currency out of the bank vault.
Sure. I told you we'd be leaving town with a fortune. All we got to do now is get rid of Porter and Finley, and we'll hightail it to the border.
Groping their way through the darkness, the two crooks made their way into the front room and lit the lamp.
Well, here they are. Just the way we left them. Take off Finley's gag, Rocco. I want to hear what he has to say for himself before I put a bullet in his head.
Sure thing, Kalmar. All right, just settle there. Wait a minute. There, so.
By thunder, Kalmar, you won't get away with this.
Who knows? Maybe you're right. But it won't do you any good, even if the law does catch up with us. Anything else you'd like to say before I pull this trigger?
You mean you're really going to kill us?
Well, what do you think?
Hey, wait a minute. Someone's stopping outside.
Help! Help! You old drunk!
That's it. We can't clap over his mouth.
What places are we going to do?
Sit tight. That's all we can do. Maybe whoever it is will just knock and go away.
And what if he opens the door and walks right in?
In that case, we'll greet him with a dose of lead.
The two crooks waited tensely to see what would happen. A moment later, they heard the front door open and steps enter the vestibule.
Who's in there? This is Sergeant Preston, Northwest Mounted Police. I'll give you until I count 10 to come forward with your hands up.
With their attention focused on the sound of the sergeant's voice, the two crooks never realized that King was creeping up on them quietly from the back room of the house. Ray Finley had let him in the back way, and the slight noise of the back door opening was covered by the sergeant's voice. Suddenly, the great dog sprang at Kalmar.
No! Hey, where'd this dog come from? Help me, Rocco! Get him!
Oh, against the law, mister. Away from that gun I just shot out of your hand.
All right, I'm doing it. Call up this dog, Monty. Get him away from me.
So you escaped from the constable, eh, Kalmar? Watch him, boy, while I pick up his gun.
Get off of me.
All right, down, King. Get up on your feet, Kalmar, and don't try any false moves.
I won't.
You and Ronco are under arrest in the name of the Crown.
10 minutes later, the two crooks had been handcuffed, and Eb and Zach had been untied.
Well, Sergeant, you sure showed up in the nick of time. Those two scoundrels are going to kill the both of us.
Well, I imagine it's not the first bad situation you two faced together.
Oh, that's a mighty true statement. Which reminds me, Zach, I never did thank you for the way you pitched in and tried to save me when Kalmar first showed up. Oh, shucks, no need to thank me. I was looking out for my own skin. We sure piled into him, didn't we, Em? I'll say we did. It was like old times, before the Mounties came to the territory. Yeah, those were the days. Oh, dag nabbit, Zach. I reckon we've been a couple of old fools holding a grudge against each other the way we did. Tell you the truth, I've wanted to make it up with you plenty of times, but I was too doggone stubborn. Yeah, same here. Oh, by the way, about that loan. You may have that extension. Take all the time you want. Eb, that's mighty white of you.
Mr. Porter, what about Daphne and me getting married?
Sure. Go ahead and get hitched if you want to. Oh, I couldn't have stopped Daphne from marrying you anyhow once she made up her mind.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Say, while we're passing out thanks, I reckon we all owe a big debt of gratitude to Sergeant Preston and King.
We sure do. We've already had our thanks, hearing what's just been said, haven't we, King? Yes, boy. This case is closed.
In just a moment, Sergeant Preston will give you a preview of Wednesday's adventure, The Ghost Riders. Take a vote at your house, and I bet you'll find the whole family's choice for a delicious breakfast dish is Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice. Mom likes them because they're quick, ready to serve, with milk or cream and sliced bananas or other fruit. The youngsters go for wheat and rice shot from guns because they're exploded up to 8 times normal size. They're extra crisp and tender, full of delicious nut-like flavor. And Dad reaches for the big red and blue package of Quaker puffed rice or Quaker puffed wheat with the picture of the smiling Quaker man, because it's such a refreshing breakfast dish and so nourishing. It gives the whole family extra food values of restored natural great amounts of vitamin B1, niacin, and iron. It's a deluxe family breakfast. So economical, too. Remember, the original crisp, fresh Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice comes only in the large red and blue package. A fine, modern package with a sealed inner lining. That lining serves to doubly protect the flavor and crispness until the moment you pour it into a bowl. For that reason, Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice is never sold in bags or bulk. Buy both delicious kinds tomorrow. And now, here is Sergeant Preston.
Sergeant Preston reporting, sir.
Well, Sergeant, I see you got my message.
Yes, sir, I came right over.
I'm glad you did, Sergeant. A strange and vicious gang is operating in the vicinity of Selkirk. I want you to get down there as soon as possible.
You say strange gang. What do you mean by that, sir?
They wear white robes and white hoods every time they strike. It's a dangerous assignment, Sergeant, since they'll stop at nothing. But I want them brought in.
I'll take King and leave immediately for Selkirk, sir. Come along, King.
According to the reports to headquarters, the Ghost Riders are as vicious as any gang that ever operated in the Yukon. When Sergeant Preston and King try to trail them, it may mean death for one or both. Be sure to hear this exciting adventure Wednesday. These radio dramas, a feature of the Challenge of the Yukon Incorporated, are created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Enterprises, directed by Fred Flowerday, and supervised by Charles D. Livingston. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. They are brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at the same time by Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice, the breakfast cereals shot from guns. Your best bet for hot breakfast is Quaker Oats. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. Yes, if you want to be a star in sports and school activities, make your hot cereal Quaker Oats. Because Quaker Oats helps grow the stars of the future. You get more growth, more endurance from oatmeal than from any other whole grain cereal. Remember, Quaker and Mother's Oats are the same. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye, good luck, and good health from Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice. So long. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
It's 12:30 in China.
The challenge of the Yukon. It's King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the North Country, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers. Unchain them!
It's over and over on the same as that. Even though their history says I'm not.
Gold discovered in the Yukon. The stampede to the Klondike and the greedy race for riches. Now back to the days of the gold rush, when Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog King battled through storm and snow to preserve law and order as they met the challenge of the Yukon.
Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police walked back to the cabin with young Phil Williams after the funeral of Phil's father. The cabin seemed lonely and deserted and was filled with the stale tobacco smoke of the prospectors who had helped Phil with the final rites of the funeral.
Once a year.
The sergeant's big street dog was at his side and whined as they entered.
No, I don't blame him for whining.
Wow.
This cabin is the gloomiest place in the world. Now sit down, Sergeant.
All right, Phil. I
Whoa.
can't stay very
What
long.
if I pretend to speak?
Just wondered if you'd made any plans about your future. Thought maybe I could help you.
Word of mouth is
Yes,
the
I
biggest
have,
way to get
Sergeant.
information.
I'm leaving Dawson.
Promise they got it at the bar.
Dad's claim isn't any good. If he hadn't been sick, I'd have left long ago. Selling the cabin and going up the Klondike River with Steve Randall.
Steve Randall? But Phil, Steve's bad medicine. What made you decide to do that?
Oh, Steve's all right. Now and then he gets into a little trouble, but just because he has a lot of energy and a quick temper. We get along fine.
I had an idea that I thought might interest you, but maybe it won't.
What was it, Sergeant?
Well, I thought you might be interested in joining the Northwest Mounted Police.
Me? Be a model, you mean?
Yes, I'd be glad to recommend you. Of course, it's not an easy life, but it's exciting and interesting.
I never thought of it. I don't know anything about it. What would I have to do?
You'll have to go into training, of course. Here's a pamphlet that will tell you about it if you're interested.
I couldn't go back on Steve now. I promised I'd go. But
Well, there's no rush about it. Take that along and
So
read
many
it.
people rushing up.
Maybe if your venture with Steve doesn't turn out the way you thought it would.
$6.
Thanks, Sergeant. I'll read it.
Ebola patients. It's not good.
Steve's quite optimistic about this prospecting deal. It'd be wonderful if we strike gold. I'd like to be rich.
Money isn't everything, Phil. If you change your mind, let me know.
I'm afraid it's all decided. Steve hasn't enough money to go by himself. So I'll get enough out of selling the cabin to help Grubbs take us, added to what Steve has. He knows the country well, too, and since he has a line of good claim, if we can get up that far.
Oh, where is it?
I don't know exactly. It's on the Klondike River somewhere. Steve spent a lot of time up there last year. I think it's near Kramer's Landing.
Those vague stories will get you along.
Well, at least I'll see you once in a while. Kramer's Landing's in my territory. I patrol it.
Good. I thought maybe I wouldn't see you again for a year or two. You and King are the ones I'll miss most after I leave.
Every time you see my face this way, you can see this. I can see the screen the whole time. Jam it up with my face turned.
I think that dog of his makes him unpopular. Diablo's so big and ugly. He'll take a hand off anybody who gets too near him.
That dog could be trained differently with the proper treatment. Sometimes the dog grows to be like his master.
Oh, maybe that's Steve now. He said he'd come over.
I'll have to go anyway. Come on, King.
Hello, Phil. You don't mind if Diablo comes in when we do?
Don't let him in, Steve. Bring us here.
What did I say? That boy down, I say. Down.
Gosh, I'm sorry. Diablo got past me before I could stop him.
Come on, King. Outside. Get out, King.
Dogs don't consider whether you want to make it out or not. They don't.
It's too bad we couldn't let him finish it. That would have made a good fight. If you want to have anything left of your dog, you'd better teach him some manners.
Attack King before King even saw him.
Diablo can take care of himself. He likes to fight. And that bet on him, even against that one of yours, son. I don't bet on a sure thing, or I'd take you up on that. Well, Phil, I'll run along. I'll see you before I leave, won't I?
Oh, sure. Take me a few days to get everything settled. Thanks for everything, Sergeant.
If you need me for anything, let me know.
I will, thanks. Goodbye, Sergeant.
There's some big ones.
Did you tell him you're going away with me?
Yeah. Anything wrong in that?
Just that it ain't any of his business.
Sergeant Preston's one of my best friends here.
Did you tell him where we're going?
Could I when I don't know myself?
Real psychopaths back there. No concept.
Well, it's best not to say
they
anything
think
to
they
anybody.
might have.
Keep your business to yourself.
I don't see what harm there can be in
I
telling you.
told you I knew where we might strike gold, didn't I?
Yes.
Well, if you got a brain in your skull, you know that if people find out about it, they might follow us, don't you?
All right, Steve. I won't mention it to anyone again.
I'll see that you don't. Now we got to make plans. When you sell this cabin, we'll buy a dog team of supplies. We should be ready to go in about a week if everything goes all right. Over the weekend past, Steve and Phil drove their dog team over the trail north. It was almost dark one evening when they approached the small cabin near the river. It was far from any other sign of habitation, and even the trading post was back about 5 miles on the trail. As they came nearer to the cabin, Steve chuckled.
Well, I gotta hand it to myself. I didn't think I'd find this place as soon as this.
It certainly is far away from everything. Look, Steve, somebody's living there. There's a light.
Oh, sure. It's old John Avery's cabin. He's living there.
Then this isn't the gold claim you told me about. I suppose it's near here somewhere.
You'll find all about it in good time. Oh, Diablo!
Sounds very bad to me.
There's an old man.
Black Indian Dutch
Here's the dogs,
person.
I
That
guess.
sounds bad.
Hello, John.
Steve. Steve Randall.
You don't sound very cordial, Grandpa.
What are you doing back here?
Just aiming to do a little prospecting, that's all.
Aren't you going to invite us in? It's a friend of mine, Phil Williams, John Avery.
Glad to know you, Mr. Avery. Hope we're not disturbing you too much.
Are you planning to just stay here?
Certainly. Well, it's Diablo. He likes to stay in the cabin with us.
Don't bring that ugly beast into my cabin.
Now, John, there's no way to talk about Diablo. We may not like it. On, Diablo. You go inside.
Steve, why can't we camp somewhere instead of staying here? This cabin's too small for all of us and Diablo, too.
It's big enough. Come on, Diablo. Now get your carcass out of the way, John, before I let Diablo eat you for his supper.
Steve,
come on in where it's warm.
If you'd rather we went somewhere else, Mr. Avery.
Yes, you'd better go on in.
He doesn't want the
You get along, so you better go out and feed the dog and fix it for the night.
That's Steve. You think we ought to stay here? I feel it.
Don't let old John bother you.
No cell phone.
He's never offered to take anybody in with him. He let you freeze first.
I'd take lots of people in if they were the right kind of people. I don't consider you one of them.
Now, is that the way to talk to an old friend? I met your grandson in Dawson, John. Seems as if he couldn't stand your miserly ways. He said he had to pry your fist loose for enough money to get back to the States and left you here alone.
He didn't like to work at mine. I gave him the money to get out.
I bet it just about broke your heart to part with it, too. And you were the richest claim on me.
My claim ain't rich. Who told you that?
I decided to help your grandson try and forget the days he spent rotting up here with you. I must have given him just a little too much to drink. It made his tongue wag something off.
Steve, I'd better go out and feed the dog.
Oh, sure, go ahead. I thought maybe you were a little lonesome up here all alone, John.
I've lived alone most of my life.
These rocks.
I never get lonesome.
Berries. What are these?
Well, you won't get lonesome from now on. We're going to stay with you.
What do you mean?
I decided you need a partner. You got more gold now than you could ever spend. Time you gave somebody else a chance.
You get out of here now.
My dog doesn't like it when you threaten me.
I'll show you.
Don't go after that gun, John. Stop, I
I'll
say.
get you out of here, dog, or no dog.
You're going to scare one person.
Sorry, I had to
They've
shoot
seen
you,
everything
John.
happen for doing what people want.
But it was either you or me.
Steve, what happened? Why, Steve, you shot the old man.
Yeah, he threatened to kill me, and I had to shoot him. Guess he's a little balmy.
He's dead, Steve.
Oh, that's too bad. I didn't mean to kill him. I guess I got a little excited.
You seem pretty calm about it.
Well, an accident is an accident.
We better go back to trading post and report this right away so you won't get into trouble.
Don't be a fool. That's how we would get into trouble. Nobody will know anything about it.
What? Steve,
now listen here. John never sees anybody. But twice a year he goes to the trading post for supplies. He hasn't any neighbors who come to see him.
How do you know so much about him?
I was up in this neck of the woods last year. His grandson was here then. And now he's left to go back to the States. Nobody can find out about this unless we tell him.
Steve, this this isn't the claim you meant when you talked about coming up here, was it?
And what if it was?
You mean you planned to come up here because you knew old John was here alone and unprotected?
Phil, why don't you smarten up? There's a fortune lying right in your lap. And you're worrying about an old codger who didn't have more than a couple of years to live anyway.
But Steve, you can't get away with this. If we start working this claim, somebody's bound to see us and start investigating.
Who said anything about working his claim?
What else would you?
I know old John has plenty of gold hidden in this place, and I know where it is. His grandson gave me plenty of information in Dawson.
A drunk,
taking that
upset
gold
grandson who doesn't know how to really count the
Why did you get me in on this? You could have had all the gold for yourself.
You know I needed a dog team and supplies to get him. And another thing, I'm planning to hide out in the mountains for a while until all this blows over. I didn't want a chance traveling alone in the cold. I was pretty sure you'd be reasonable about it.
I didn't know the plan included murder.
Nobody's going to know it's murder.
What? What do you mean?
After we find the gold, we're going to burn this cabin with old John in it. And nobody will know what happened to him.
Why, it's awful.
Now listen, Phil. You're either playing along with me or not. I'm in this right now up to my ears, and one more killing won't matter too much. So I'm fair to warn you, there's another bullet in this gun.
Why, Steve, I didn't say anything about not playing along with it. Just a shot, that's all. You didn't tell me what you planned.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I guess you're right. Just the same, until I'm sure of you, I'm the one who's handling the guns. Oh, and another thing, Phil. Don't forget Diablo. He's going to be watching every move you make. Ain't you, fella?
I'm sorry you don't trust me more than...
Oh, no hard feelings. It's just insurance. Now I'll tell you the rest of my plan.
The rest?
When they find out that old John has been burned to death in his cabin, his grandson is going to be legal heir to this claim.
And it's a rich one, isn't it?
You bet it is. But John's grandson hates his country. He wouldn't come back here for all the money in the world. So I'm going to write to him and offer him a price for it.
You know where to find him?
I took care of that when I talked to him in Dawson. I got his address.
Then, before we left, you knew just exactly what you were going to do. You had this all planned.
Yep. Now maybe you won't be worried about playing along with me. You know, I'm a lot smarter than you thought I was.
Hey, Steve, you're a lot smarter than I thought you were. Play along.
Though it was early morning, darkness still covered the vast stretches of the North Country as Phil and Steve finished packing supplies in the bags of gold and the dog sled. Steve was careful to watch every move of Phil's, even when the only thing left to do was to start the oil-soaked branches that were stacked against the cabin.
You stay here with the sled, Phil. Well, I'll touch it off.
Aren't you going to put Diablo in harness?
Sure I am. He's my lead dog, isn't he? But I'll have time to do it when I come back to the sled.
You certainly don't trust me much, do you, Steve? You've watched every move I've made.
Well, you can't blame me for being careful. But I guess you're all right, Phil. You wouldn't be fool enough to give up a chance like this. But until we get away from here, I just ain't taking any chances.
Watch him, Diablo.
It'll take me just a minute or two.
Here, Diablo. It's a piece of meat. Eat it, boy. If I can just pin this to the tree with my knife. I hope it holds.
There she goes. It'll be blazing in a minute. Now, come on, let's get away. The fire will be roaring in no time. Come on, Diablo. Hey, what's he eating?
I had some dried beef in my pocket. I gave him a little piece of it.
Oh, so you're trying to make friends with him, eh? Well, it won't do you any good. Diablo's my dog, and he does what I say.
Sure he's your dog. I didn't think you'd care if I fed him.
Well, don't do it again, Phil. Nobody feeds that dog but me, understand?
Sure, Steve. You should have told me.
All right, come on, Diablo. Up front. Wait there before that cabin starts to flame.
No human eyes saw the column of smoke that rose from old John Avery's cabin as Phil and Steve sped north into the mountains. It was 3 days later that Sergeant Preston stopped his dog team in front of the trading post at Kramer's Landing on his regular patrol.
Pushing! All right, King, come on in with me.
Hello there, Sergeant.
How are you, Eric?
Fine, thanks. You're up here a little early this trip, aren't you?
Yes, I came straight up here instead of following my usual patrol.
You ain't trailing anybody, are you?
You know a man by the name of Steve Randall?
Steve Randall? Well, yes, he was around here last summer.
You seen him since then?
No, I haven't. You after him for something?
He came up this way with a young friend of mine, Phil Williams. I didn't know much about Steve. After they left, I made some inquiries. Seems he spent some time in Selkirk before he came to Dawson and was wanted down there for getting into a shooting scrape.
Not exactly the right kind of a man for this friend of yours to run around with, huh?
That's right. Bill told me they were coming up here somewhere. Todd, you haven't seen them. If they were going to do any prospecting around here, they'd have come to you for their supplies.
Yep, it's the only trading post for miles around. Well, hello, Red Eagle.
Me. You bring first the trade.
You know Sergeant Preston, don't you?
Why, no, I don't think he does. You live in the Indian village east of here, Red Eagle?
No.
You live in cabin on river.
He lives about 8 miles from here. Red Eagle's one of the best trappers in the territory.
For me, you see cabin on river, all gone from fire. Me see today.
A cabin burned down? Whose is it?
Old man. Him name John. Him lived there a long time. Him burned up in cabin. You saw his body?
Huh. Say, that must be old John Avery. I don't think you knew him, Sergeant. He lived alone out on the river towards Red Eagle's place. Wonder how it happened.
Did you touch anything, Red Eagle? Did you take the body out?
Oh, me not touch. Me look. Then come here.
I'll go back with you when you leave. You can tell me where it is.
Well, I'd be glad to help you bury him, Sergeant. You want me to go with you?
That won't be necessary, thanks, Eric. Red Eagle will help me. He can show me where the cabin is. Entirely destroyed, and it wasn't a pleasant task to bury old John. As Sergeant Preston bent over the body, he noticed something that brought a puzzled frown to his face. Just a minute, Red Eagle. Look at John's head. From bullet. John Avery was shot. He didn't burn to death.
Man, killed him?
Yes, I think someone killed him and burned the cabin deliberately. I'm going to have a look around here.
Oh, snow cover all track. Them tracks me make when we find cabin burn.
Oh, I can see those tracks are fresh, Red Eagle. I'm not accusing you of doing this. And the wind's blown this loose snow over any other tracks that might have been made.
Well, here's something.
What?
A knife and tree.
Yeah, it's a hunting knife.
Hey, okay, what's going on?
Well, that looks like... you got it loose.
That picture of police.
Hey! It's okay! I'm not fighting! It's okay! It's okay, Eddie! You can see my hands! You can see my hands! Holy shit, why did you just have me open the door? It's okay! I'm not fighting! I'm not doing it, you can see my... Okay, you can see my hands. Okay, you did tell me you had a warrant. Okay, what?
Any weapons you have.
I don't have anything!
Come to the door with both hands on your head. Do it now!
I had to step out of sight to do that.
That's what it is, Red Eagle.
Step to the front door.
I have to...
Put both your hands on your head.
Okay, but I have to step out of your sight to do that.
Sorry.
I have to step out of your sight to come to the door. I don't have anything.
Follow my instructions.
Okay.
Step over when you need to have to.
Why did you just tell me to open the door? Why did you just tell me you had the warrant?
We have a warrant.
Okay.
Come to the door with both hands on
Yeah, that was my plan. I told them I would cooperate if they had the warrant. They said they didn't have one. I don't understand what's going on. I just know I'm being accused of things, but I'm the one being attacked. I don't...
Anyone approaching...
Okay, Richard, come to the door with both hands.
Okay, but I have to... Okay, you've got M16 pointed at me and I can't move without moving out of your sight.
You got it by sight and come to the door with both hands.
You're gonna shoot me, though. You're gonna shoot me. On camera, too. The camera's right there.
Follow my instructions. Guarantee your safety.
Can I move this? Can you see the yellow buckets? Can I push them to the... Can I push... Okay, can I push the buckets to the side with my foot?
Go ahead.
Don't touch me,
Our ammunition, all right. One box is all the
Front
same.
door.
I can't take any chances on wasting any. This dog, why does Diablo have to stay with me every minute? He's just helping me, that's all. Comes Diablo, get this safe before you can even see him. He's watching me, not the trail. I can't even walk as far as that boulder without having to snarl at me. I don't know why he acts like this. Maybe it's just your imagination. How long do you plan to stay here? A couple of weeks. By then it'll be safe to go back to Colonel's Landing and get the news about those
like to come to the door or something, bro.
I keep this fire going. I'm going to get some sleep. I didn't sleep a wink last night. That was Diablo's fault. He started growling every 2 minutes. It seemed to me that you were crawling around here. That's your father, I think. You growl every time I turn over. He'll get used to you after a while.
Let's empty. You knock shit in front of where my feet are, bro.
Keep an eye on that trail.
Let's empty too. You keep stepping over.
Keep watching, boy. I'm gone. It was early the following morning. Phil was busy folding up the bedroll in the cave when suddenly he heard the voice from Steve at the entrance.
Keep your hands on your head.
Yes?
Please, my hands were on my head. My hands were on my head.
What's wrong? Someone coming up the stairs? Get your head down.
714.
Here's the box.
It's the Toronto Police Emergency Task Force.
I don't think we can be seen up here with the sun shining right into the canyon from the east. It'll blind anyone who tries to look
come to the front door
the dog
with nothing in your hand. Do it now.
Right, I said Diablo. Hey, look at that big gray lead dog. That looks like Phil, that's King. That's Preston Mountain. You can't shoot him. You can't shoot him. Get away from him. Diablo, what's wrong with this? That's good reason we're not trusting you. You knew that Mountain was going to follow us. Even you crazy. Why would I want to be caught? I'm not as crazy as you thought I was. Yeah, but to watch you. Now don't move or Diablo will eat you alive. Now watch him, boy. Stay back there. After I get Preston, I'll take care of you.
Occupants of 714.
Get this rifle loaded.
Toronto Police Emergency Task
But rocks in this box. Phil,
I want you to come to the
what did you
front
do in the
door.
bullets that were in here? What do you mean? That's why you were falling around last night. You put rocks in and took the bullets out. Boy, you dirty double-crosser. Now watch him, Diablo. Don't move, Phil. I'm going to get that Molly with the one bullet I have left, and I'll tend to you later. Hey, don't shoot him. Preston! Look out! It's too late, Phil. I got him. I start walking down there. He'll have a gun on him and so rifle bullets on the sled, and I'm getting him. It won't do you any good to go down there, Steve. That dog of Preston's won't let you near him. Diablo take care of King. Come on, you can shoot. I'll use you as a screen to get to the sled and get the bullet. I get away now. I'll bash you over the head. Watch it, Diablo. Only Phil's warning saved Captain Preston from a fatal wound. The sun shining into his eyes had blinded him. He didn't see the figure of Steve above him. At the sound of Phil's warning, he dropped to the ground and the bullet from Steve's gun hit his head as he fell. As Stephen still approached, the monkey still lay unconscious, his big dog King standing guard beside him. The great dog bared his fangs as the men approached. Steve stopped uncertainly.
There? Out.
Try it, Steve. You get that sled King will get you. Diablo take care of him. While they're waiting, I'll get the bullet. Stick him, Diablo! As Diablo launched himself at King, King met the attack in midair, and the two animals rolled in the snow with roars of savage fury. It was then that Phil turned on Steve. So he realized he was so matched for the larger man, he knew he had to keep him from the Mountie and the sled. Desperately, he grasped him around the waist and held on stubbornly as Steve tried savagely to beat him off. Let go of me! Let go! I won't. You're not going to get to that sled. Get up! Oh, your fool head in. It was an unequal struggle, and Steve at last broke free, leaving Phil on the ground trying desperately to get to his feet. Steve rushed toward Sergeant Preston. Then the gray shadow of King leaped on his back, and Diablo crawled away, thoroughly beaten. Get away! Diablo! Diablo, where are you? Desperately fighting the big dog King, Steve called to his dog for help as Phil rushed to Sergeant Preston's side. Sergeant Preston, are you all right?
Phil, sure.
I was afraid Steve had killed me.
my head. I was stunned, I guess. Where's Steve?
King's holding me. I threw all Steve's bullets away. Steve was trying to get your gun.
My gun? Help me up, Phil.
Are you all right?
I'm a little dizzy. I'll be all right in a minute.
King has Steve pinned to the ground. Take your time. Did you find the pamphlet I pinned to the tree with my knife?
Yes, I did, and I found the marks you left for me on the trail. Good work, son.
But I won't give you trouble. Take them all.
All right, then. Come here, fella. Phil has you covered, Steve. Don't try to get away. Come here, boy.
Dirty old double-crosser. I should have shot him first. I knew the only way I could get you was to pretend to be part of your dirty plan. Stay right where you are. How's King, Sergeant? You had a tough fight with Diablo.
There's a couple of bad cuts on his shoulders. Bleeding a little, but I think he's all right otherwise. Aren't you, boy? I guess Diablo's the one that needs attention. Where's he?
He's over behind that big rock, licking his wounds.
Huh?
If I ever get a hold of that yellow cur, I'll beat the hide off.
You won't get the chance, Steve. I'll take charge of Diablo. You won't need him where you're going.
You haven't got anything on me.
Oh, yes, I have. You're under arrest for the murder of John Avery.
Where's your proof? Phil was part of it all. He was the one who did the killing. My word is as good as his. Why?
Never mind, Phil. Let him rave. For your information, Steve, Phil left a message for me near John Avery's cabin. He'd hardly do that if he were guilty, would he? And I must warn you, anything you say will be used against you.
The gold that belonged to John Avery is up on the trail in the cave, Sergeant. Our dogs and sled are up there, too.
King and I'll take over now, Phil. You better go up and pack the sled, and we'll start back to Kramer's Landing.
What about Diablo, Sergeant? You think I ought to shoot him?
No, we won't have any trouble with him, now that he knows that King is master. For proper training, Diablo will be a good sled dog. King will bring him back to our dog team when we're ready to leave.
And, Sergeant, about that pamphlet you gave me, the mounted policeman?
Yes?
Is that proposition still good? Do you still want a new recruit?
I certainly do, Phil. Now more than ever. If you can do this much without any training, you'll make a fine mountie.
If I can rid the country of people like Steve, I couldn't ask for anything better.
Good. I'll make the arrangements for you when we get to Dawson.
Hadn't been for this rotten dog, neither one of you would be alive right now.
Well, I guess he's right, King, old boy. Thanks to you, this case is closed. The Challenge of the Yukon, the copyrighted feature, is a George W. Trendle production, directed by Fred Floriday and written by Mildred Merrill. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by names and incidents used are fictitious. Listen again next week to another exciting adventure during the days of the gold rush. Fred Boy speaking. This program came to you from Detroit. At last, the singing commercial has come into its own. At least the jingle on David Harding Counter Spy has found a stellar role. Recently, Don McLaughlin, who plays the part of Harding, received an unusual fan letter requesting a recording of the jingle that opens and closes the broadcast. McLaughlin sent the record on its way, but the more he thought about it, the more curious he became. What was the jingle going to be used for? Stepping into his radio sleuthing role, Don checked up on the listener who'd written. Seems he was running things for a new parish house, and in order to provide continuous dance music, uninterrupted even while changing records, he figured the Counter Spy jingle would nicely fill the pause. It was catchy, and you could also dance to it. You can hear this tuneful little ditty on every fast-moving story of David Harding Counter Spy. Don't miss this Sunday's Counter Spy story.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mr. Dillon, I never saw a street like that.
Huh? What do you mean, Chester?
Dusty, sir. Just plain dusty. It's only spring and already the plaza's just vulgar with dust.
Streets in Texas are all grass, Chester?
No, sir, but they're better than this. You'd think there'd be some way of fixing it.
Well, Dodger's growing, Chester. Maybe someday it won't look so bad to you.
I don't aim to live that long, sir.
Well, I'm glad you got that much figured out anyway.
You surely have. Oh, now, wait, that's not what I meant either.
Don't let it worry you, Chester. How'd you get those posters down to Mr. Hightower?
Yes, sir. He said they'll be ready about noon tomorrow.
All right. Pick them up then, will you?
Yes, sir. Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon, I nearly forgot.
No?
Well,
Forgot what?
After I left Mr. Hightower's, I thought I'd just take a glass of beer. I had to get all that dust out of my throat. You know how bad it is walking around knee-deep in that stuff, and I was...
Yeah. All right, Chester. Well, what is it you forgot?
Well, sir, I dropped into the Texas Trail, and Miss Kitty was there, and she said she thinks there might be trouble over there before long, and she said to tell you.
No? What kind of trouble?
No, the usual thing, some man fighting over a girl.
Well, you don't seem to be very worried about it.
I'm tired of people fighting. I wish they'd all just go away somewhere and kill each other off and have done with it.
That'd be fine as long as they don't do it in Dodge. Well, come on, Chester. Let's go over and see what it's all about.
Casada's a new girl, Matt. She's shy as a flower. I don't know what you're doing here anyway.
How do you know the name of the man?
Dorgan says. I tried to get her away from him, but I think she's too scared.
Well, maybe she likes him. Did you ever think of that?
I hope not. Anyway, he won't let anyone else dance with her. There's two over at the bar. Near Chester there. They tried twice.
I know one of those men. The tall one. His name's Horn.
Who is he?
Yeah, he's a gunman. Pretty fast, too, so I've heard.
Well, I was over there with Casada last time they came up. And somehow, from the way they talked, I got the feeling they're more interested in Dorgan than her.
You mean they're trying to draw him into a fight?
That's my guess, Matt.
All right, Kitty. I'll see what I can do. Miss Casada?
Yes?
I'm Matt Dillon. I'd be proud if you'd dance with me.
Well, I don't think I'd better.
Now, go ahead to say it's all right. You can dance with him.
Mr. Dorgan, you told those others that I could...
Hello, Marshal. Hello, Horn. This here is Watson. Howdy, Marshal. How are you? What's on your mind, Horn? I just wanted to let you know, Marshal, if there's any trouble here, we ain't responsible.
Leave me alone, there won't be any trouble.
All we want, Marshal, is our turn with the girl here, and Dorgan's had her hogged the whole evening. And that ain't fair, that's all. What's funny, Marshal? You sound like a man at a church social. I'm trying to be peaceable about it, that's all. I've seen you when you didn't try, Horn. What are you looking for, an excuse to work this man into a gunfight?
He sure is, Marshal. I ain't gonna take much more from him or Watson either.
What's the real trouble between you? There's no trouble, Marshal. We just want to dance with that girl. That's all. Mm-hmm. You want to tell me, Dorgan?
Nothing, Marshal, nothing.
All right. Say to go over there and sit with Kitty, will you?
Now, wait a minute, Marshal. Casada's my girl. I've been buying her drinks. She's staying right here.
Go ahead, Casada. Go on over with Kitty.
I don't know which...
Nobody will stop you.
Well, all right, then. Thank you for the drinks, Mr. Dorgan.
Go on, beat it.
Chester.
You got a great way of handling things is all I can say.
What is it, Mr. Dillon? Take their guns, Chester.
Oh, no, you don't.
Shut up, Watson.
Well, you gonna let him do that?
We ain't looking for trouble. You're smarter than I figured, Horn. Am I, Marshal? Get him, Chester.
Yes, sir. All right. All right.
Your guns will be at the jail. You can pick them up in the morning when you leave town.
Leave town?
All three of you. Good night, gentlemen. Taking his gun from a man like Horn was the fastest way in the world to get him out of the saloons and off the streets and behind cover somewhere. There were too many men who might show up out of his past and suddenly make their claim on him. And Horn was the one that really mattered. Neither Dorgan or Watson looked like real gunmen. So I thought I'd been pretty smart. Till the next morning. I was just crossing the plaza when I ran into Kitty and Chester.
Matt, we've been trying to find you.
Oh, what's the matter, Kitty?
It's to say that I don't know where she is.
What?
I looked in her room this morning and she'd gone. Nobody's seen her anywhere.
Oh, maybe she went out to buy some clothes or something.
Oh, she was afraid to go out alone. I always had to go with her. I just know something's happened to her.
Oh, like what?
Dorgan. He was real sweet on her, Matt, and I don't trust him at all.
Oh?
Dorgan come by the office real early, Mr. Dillon. I gave him his gun, and he vamoosed. He was in a big hurry to go someplace.
I told him to leave town this morning.
Well, you didn't tell him to take the sailor with him.
Did they get back together last night?
Sure. Just as soon as Horn and Watson left. I couldn't stop it.
I see. Tell me, Kitty, can she ride?
Oh, no. I asked her to go out with me once.
All right. There was a stage west this morning. Go see if they got on it, will you, Chester?
All right.
Kitty, if she did leave with Dorgan, maybe it's because she wanted to.
Oh, maybe. She wouldn't say anything about him last night, one way or the other. I told you I think she's afraid of him, Matt, but even if she did want to go, well, she isn't his kind, that's all.
Well, that may be, Kitty, but it's not the law's job to chaperone every girl that hits Dodge.
What if she didn't want to go, Matt? What if he forced her to?
Well, that'd be different. A whole lot different.
You bet it would.
They was on him, Mr. Dillon. The agent described them exactly. Left an hour ago, right on time.
I knew it. I knew it.
Will I get our horses?
No, wait a minute, Chester. Dorgan might put up a fight, and if he does, we can't shoot around that girl.
Well, then how can you stop him, Matt?
Well, somehow I don't figure Dorgan is a really brave man. I think we can bluff him. He might try to fight two of us, but if there were more, say, maybe a dozen men... Well,
you mean we'll take a posse?
Yeah, well, this time it might just work, Chester. But I'll pick them. Men I can trust not to do any hasty shooting. Chester, you go round up Arnold Winters and John Kemp, Marty Walter, and Bob Gast, and I'll get the rest of them.
All right.
And tell them we'll all meet at the jail in 20 minutes.
Everybody's here, Mr. Dillon.
All right, I'm coming, Chester. Hi, Matt. All right, men. All right, listen to me now. Now, I picked you men because I know that you're steady, every one of you. Now, there's a girl on that stage, and whatever happens, we can't return fire. Is that clear?
Yeah. Sure.
All right. I'll figure out how we're going to stop them when we get there.
Marshal.
Well, what are you doing here?
Hold it. Marshal, me and Watson heard you needed help.
Thought I told you to get out of town, Horn.
Oh, we just want to be sure you got Dorgan before we left, Marshal.
I don't need your help. And don't you be here when I get back, either one of you.
You like that, Watson?
All right, men. All right, let's go.
Here's it coming, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester. Men, spread out in a half circle. When the stage comes out of those cottonwoods, Chester and I'll ride forward and stop her. And then you close in around us.
We got it.
All right, let's go.
What's the matter, Marshal?
It's all right, Jim. I just want to talk to a couple of your passengers. You, Dorgan, come on out.
You try anything to say to be right in front of me, Marshal.
I figured that, Dorgan. Come on out anyway.
All right, to say to get out. You stand right here to say it and don't move. So what's on your mind, Marshal?
I want to know if Teseta's here because she wants to be. That's all.
Tell him, Teseta. Right, tell him.
Just tell me the truth, Teseta. If you want to go with him, you may. But if he's forcing you to go, then we're here to take you back to Dodge.
You wouldn't want her death on your conscience, would you, Marshal?
Well, please don't kill me after it. I came because I wanted to. There.
That's a good answer, Teseta.
Then go on back to Dodge and leave us alone.
I guess you didn't hear the same thing I did, Dorgan.
I'm warning you.
You haven't got a chance. How long do you think you can use her for cover? Now, I got 12 men here, Dorgan, and we'll follow you from here to California if necessary. Is that right, men?
Right.
If she should get killed, I'll just let you imagine what we'll do to you. Now, you drop your gun, Bill, right where you are and step forward. And do it now. All right, get his gun, Chester.
Yes, sir.
All right, one of you men get rid of your guns and put Dorgan up behind you.
Mr. Dillon, what are we going to do with Teseta? She can't ride anyway, especially in those clothes.
Well, the Bledsoe place is a couple of miles from here. Go over there and borrow their buckboard, Chester, and for your trouble, we'll let you drive her back to town.
Yes, sir. My. Well, you wait right here, Mr. Taylor, and I'll be back in no time at all. Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Wow, Chester. What time did you get back with Teseta last night, Chester?
Now, a buckboard ain't like a horse. You can't drive it a lope all the way.
That's all right, Chester. Now, what have you got there?
Dorgan's breakfast.
You'll probably have to wake him up. He hasn't made a sound so far. Oh, there are the keys on the desk.
Yes. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
Come here, quick.
Open the cell, Chester. Hurry. You might still be alive.
I got a knife.
All right. Cutting free. I'll hold it. He's been dead a long time.
Now, who'd have thought he'd go hang himself?
He didn't, Chester.
What?
There's no rope in his cell. Somebody called him over here to the window. Knocked him in the head and slipped the rope around his neck and tied him tight to the bars. This isn't suicide, it's murder.
Horn and that fellow Watson, they did it.
Well, they're the only ones I know who've been wanting him dead.
Will we go arrest him?
Yeah, they just go free again. I got no evidence the court would accept.
I'll bet those two don't think any more of strangling a man than shooting a wolf and throwing his skin over a fence.
Yeah, they're killers, Chester. But right now they got nobody to kill. Except maybe me.
return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, make sure you're by your radio this Monday evening. For CBS Radio's Monday evening dramatic shows, the Lux Radio Theater and Suspense are putting on two of their top shows of the season. Suspense has a new writer, William Shakespeare by name, and they're staging his wonderful tale of love, vengeance, and murder, Othello, with Richard Widmark as the star. And our Lux Radio Theater is bringing you the charming nostalgic story, Wait Till the Sun Shines Nellie, with David Wayne and Gene Peters in their original movie roles. It's a date Monday night. Suspense and the Lux Radio Theater on most of these same stations. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
When I found out that Horn and Watson were still in Dodge, I figured that they were probably waiting for me to run them out. That they'd be glad for the excuse if I did, leaving Dorgan's murder behind them. Instead, I did nothing and I said nothing, hoping that it'd sand their nerves some. Maybe drive them to a bottle and some loose talk. That night, pretending there was nothing in the world on our minds, Chester and I walked into the Texas train.
Sure is crowd, Helen.
Yeah.
Hey, there's the Satan. See her?
You're like a fall hog after ripe acorns, Chester.
Well, now, my gracious, it wouldn't be polite for me not to say hello, would it?
I'll see you later. That fellow who just left, is he coming back, Kitty?
He went broke. Sit down, Red. You drinking?
No, not tonight.
Oh, expecting trouble, huh?
Yeah, maybe.
Look at Chester and just say to that. I sure wish this place were quieter. I'd give anything to know what you're saying.
It may get noisier.
What?
Look over there. Watson just came in.
Oh. Say, he's drunk, no drunk.
Yeah.
He's just gonna start trouble again. Look, he spotted the sailor.
I don't see Horn.
Horn hasn't been in tonight.
I said I was gonna dance with her. You're a local drunk, Watson. Get out of here and leave the lady alone.
What lady?
You take that back.
Matt?
Are you from Texas, mister? Yes. Yes, I am.
Well, now, if I was from Texas, I'd certainly keep it to myself.
You're wrong, Watson. There's a lot of good, decent people in Texas.
Maybe, since you left. It's a wonder you can even get a woman like this.
Don't you be judging the people of Texas.
Matt!
All right, get out of the way. Let me through.
He drew on him, Mr. Dillon. I was only going to fight him. I didn't think he'd draw.
Everybody saw it, Chester. He had his gun out first.
I shot him twice. He didn't even fire. How come he didn't kill me?
Now, take it easy, Chester. Just say it. Go get him a drink, will you?
Yes, sir. Do right away.
Watson. Watson. Little Texas fella. He shot me. Watson. Did you strangle Dorgan?
Dorgan. We killed him. Me and Horn. Right in jail. There it comes.
If I take Horn alive, I'll call on some of you men as witnesses to Watson's confession here. Yeah. Well, a couple of you take him out back. Chester, you all right? You look peaked.
I got him a whiskey, sir, just like you said.
Drink it down, Chester.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, if he hadn't have been drunk, I couldn't have shot him.
Well, that may be, Chester. But don't forget one thing. Drunk as he was, he drew to kill you. If you'd given him another second, he would have. You had to shoot him. It was self-defense, pure and simple.
Yes, sir. That's sure true, but
Now, you stay here for a while. I'll be out in the plaza.
Theta, get me one more drink.
Word of the gunfight would spread fast in Dodge. And the word of the dying man's confession even fast. Wherever Horn was, I knew he'd hear about it. And since he was a gunman of an entirely different breed from men like Watson and Dorgan, it could be depended on that instead of running, he'd shoot it out with me. It was a simple matter of vanity, and there was no way to stop him. The only thing I could do was wait. Expectantly, the plaza cleared. But before Horn showed up, Chester came out of the Texas Trail and walked over to me.
Mr. Dillon?
You all right now, Chester?
I'm fine. But say, I just heard that Horn's gone and got himself a shotgun.
No, is that so?
You can't meet him like this. I'll go get you one out of the office.
No.
But, Mr. Dillon, a shotgun.
I know. But if Horn's done that, he's lost his nerve. It means he can't face me any other way.
Yeah, but you haven't got a chance against a shotgun.
Well, we'll soon find out. There he comes.
He does have a shotgun, Mr. Dillon.
All right, get off the street, Chester.
I don't like to leave.
Go on.
Yes, sir.
Evening, Marshal. You're well armed, Horn. Yeah, ain't I? This is the first time, isn't it? First time what? You had to get behind a shotgun? I ain't taking no chances, Marshal. Sure. But from what I've heard, that never bothered you before. Meaning? You're fast enough with a 6-gun to have lived this long, Horn. You must be pretty good. But you're through now. You've lost your nerve. You're not a bore. You're just ordinary dirt common. It's not to find a dozen men in town. It was different before, Horn. You kind of stood out a little. Nobody's going to worry about you after this.